Wait, I forgot what I was checking. Wait, what was it? Oh yeah, hard drive space. You know those like million times I said I needed to clean off the hard drive? Still haven't done it. Okay. A little bit delayed. Thank you, Lazy Fangs, for the fart. Let me merge these to main. Merge to main. Do switch. Merge lots of bug fixes, many of which I have forgotten about. Lol. Beautiful. Create a branch. What do we want to work on first? Like today we're gonna start working or thinking about some new content that isn't related to or that isn't directly necessary for the gameplay loop, but enhances the gameplay loop. I was thinking of starting with like the fishing minigame. Fishing could be pretty cool. We could add the hand speed UV. Give him an actual blue dick. What could I do for the fishing minigame? I'm not even sure how I'd approach that at the moment. We'd have to make it really, really, really simple at the moment, which is probably use something similar to our alchemy table where you go up and interact with a spot. And I wouldn't even have any animations at this point. I would just be focused on the game, unlike the mini game. Although, of course, if the minigame is meant to utilize animations, then we need to include them. For sure fishing, I would like to add, we could try to add the animals. We have the AI. We would just need to nav mesh the entire area. Maybe that would be pretty good to start with. Nav mesh up the level, add in some animals, hook them up to the AI. Profit. And I think we have enough assets for that. So we could do that. We could do fishing, although I'm not too sure what it's going to look like yet. We would have to consider some of the design of it. Obviously, I want to do a fishing minigame that is different enough from other fishing minigames that it feels unique, but not one that tries to reinvent the wheel to where it feels frustrating or something. You know, I think sometimes the simplest solutions are the best solutions. We could add the dungeon. The thing with adding the dungeon is for now it would just be pure level design work because I don't have, we don't have anything to put in there and we don't have like the combat system ready. We could look into the combat, but we don't have it would almost require us, and this is okay. It would be frustrating, but it's okay. It would require us to overhaul all of our effects in the game to actually. Well, I don't think it would require it. Let's put it that way. I think if we did that, we could just set up a... No, I think we can get away with just slowly building upon the idea. So that's on the table as well. What would bring the most value to this, though? That's the question. What would bring the most value to this that if, for some ungodly reason, it took from now until May to implement, I would not be unhappy if we just focused on that. Because that's kind of like the mindset you have to adopt, right? Is not just what's the easiest, but what's going to bring the most value. And I guess that is a mix between speed of implementation and effect on player experience. So animals don't mean anything, or don't mean much without combat. Otherwise they're just props that move around. But they help with immersion, but they don't really help with gameplay. And immersion I don't think is something that I necessarily have to sell deeply in a prototype. Because the game isn't like focused on that. It's not like a Stalker or something, right? Where it's like the atmosphere of the game is a significant portion of the game. Hello. We're thinking about what we can add to our game to add value to the experience. Let me write it down. Let's keep a list. A list that I will not keep. I will delete because that's how I work apparently. Animals with AI. Fishing minigame. Potion combat. Explorable dungeon / mine shaft. What else? Puzzles. Open world puzzles. I don't know if I want to prototype the unlockable. Well, I could have prototyped the unlockable areas. Via potions. But that almost, to some extent, requires potion combat be done. Lair maybe, but Lair implies that there's an enemy in there, which we could do, but at the very least I want to have some alternative to the cave that we made, which is kind of a shit cave. I mean, if we made like an abandoned mine shaft, I would want to put some enemies in there. But they wouldn't have to be in there at the start. And what it would just be right now is nothing more than we've already done, really. Just level design and place some ingredients. Which is fine. Animal lair. We only have like non-hostile AI right now. We don't have anything attacking the player. That would definitely fall under the scope of potion combat, and it's a pretty large scope. And I'm willing to do it because I think that it's pretty cool. But it would certainly be big in scope. But publishers may want to see it. If we say the game's going to have it, I think that's a pretty large order that they would want to see some proof of. Potentially. potentially. You know, the potion combat is not a... It's not a pillar of the game. At least not at the moment. What kind of puzzles? I'm thinking of puzzles that are solved with the potions. Mainly. Mainly, not all puzzles, but mainly puzzles that are solved using potions. The thing is that this requires a overhaul of our effects, potentially. This would require an overhaul of our effects, potentially. Oh, also the cooking system. The cooking system would be pretty similar to our potion making system, and it would be relatively contained. So I think the only thing it would probably require is an overhaul of our flavor system, which I kind of want to do anyway. But we're looking at probably we're looking at maybe a 2-week of work with cooking system, I would say. And all for something that right now would not have any impact on the game right now. So while cool, I think that that's better to mock up or just include in the GDD as we're planning to use this. Here's what it's for. Save the time, don't do it now. Save for GDD and implement now, order from most valuable to least. So least save for GDD is going to be cooking system. As cool as it is, save it. Unlockable areas via potions is also a cool idea. Does the time it takes to implement it really provide value, though? Catching things in the right order, solving riddles. Riddles could work. The question is, like, right now we've copied effects from Elder Scrolls, right? Because they're easily understandable. They're there. Most people have played at least one Elder Scrolls games. And our potion system as a whole does take some inspiration from the Elder Scrolls style of making potions. Would adding puzzles be quicker and provide enough value to substantiate the time investment? I think we could utilize the current effects we have to make at least one puzzle that... We really should only add one puzzle, right? Because it's a prototype. We don't need any more than that. I'd say we could do it. I'd say we could do it. I don't know about the value necessarily, but... it could be done. Animals with AI. I think that these are pretty easy to add. I do not think they add as much value as the open world puzzles unless we have potion combat and cooking, because they kind of feed into both of those systems, right? Might Magic, yeah, did that well. I think we can do riddles. I think we can do riddles combined with the potion making, right? So there's a riddle and something that requires a potion, or you know, some burnt out tree that if you pour a potion with certainty of restore health on it, it grows and provides new fruits. I don't, you know, just something to indicate that the player's use of potions can change the world for better, or maybe for worse even in some cases. Which maybe is less of a puzzle, but it is kind of a puzzle and provides value to the player's gameplay experience, right? That the world isn't some static device for the player to exist in, but a dynamic being, an entity that the player can directly influence with their alchemy. That's at least the goal, right? That's what we have in our gameplay pillars, which are somewhere. Where are they? We don't really have that, but we could always put that in there. Because I like that idea. Means you need to solve an escape room. Escape rooms do it well. Some escape rooms do it well. Some escape rooms are bullshit. Put in here, like, just for one, maybe dead tree, you can heal with potion. Restore it and unlock new ingredient. Put in a bullshit one. Yeah, a lot of people. I mean, that's one thing that's really you see it all the time in game design, right? And there's no difference in between escape rooms and game design, really. There's a lot of the same concepts that go into it. Although I would say that there are differences, of course, but there are a lot of similar principles and philosophies. And one of them is that complexity does not equal difficulty, or does not equal challenge, let's say, because I prefer the word challenge in this case, or strategic. You know, adding in 10 layers of obfuscation to your riddle does not make it challenging, it just makes it difficult. And if you don't provide those breadcrumbs, and you don't make those breadcrumbs interesting to interact with, then they are simply breadcrumbs, right? I'm thinking healing like some tree with a potion, and that unlocks a special ingredient. I think that's one way to do it. And I think that's it's a very, very, very easy thing to do with our interaction system right now. I could even do that today. Like one day. And I think that provides a lot of value to the player. If we make a very obviously dying tree, right? And we can probably find an asset, even if it's not necessarily stylized, that works well with that. Find some way to inform the player of what they need to do here, or give them some hints. And when they you know interact with it, we just we'll fade the screen to black and pop back up, and the tree's healed or something. We don't need to show it like slowly healing over time, although that would be cool in the final game, but for a prototype we don't need that. I want it to be instant so that you can clearly see cause and effect in real time. I already think that our prototype is a bit too long. I think our prototype is a bit too long right now, but it's primarily because we don't have anything else for the player to do other than walk around and collect ingredients. And if we can add in some variety, there's more for the player to engage in while they're performing anything like waiting for Blue Dick Boy to come back. Whatever. I think unlockable areas via potions can probably be done in a similar way, but I don't have anything to unlock. And I would probably do that in combination with the explorable mine shaft. So maybe there's like some plant that's growing over it and you need to use some kind of potion on it to remove the plant so that you can explore that. I think these are all pretty similar in value, to be honest. Apart from animals, because the animals with AI really... They're pretty easy to do, I think, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm gonna hold my tongue on that one. Potion combat would definitely provide a lot of value, and it would make this game a lot... It would basically be opening up my game to a new market. It wouldn't be replacing the old market, although I think that some people who like the core idea of Cauldron Chronicles might be turned off when they realize that there is combat, though it is going to be very, very casual friendly combat, right? And if anything, we would do like difficulty for it, right? There would be a story mode. Okay, don't worry. There's journalist difficulty. But at least it would open it up to people who are interested in the world being a little bit dangerous. Or at least being more dangerous than just walking in a bunch of grass, trees. There probably would be other potion masters, yeah. We're thinking about what we can do with the story. And one thought of mine is to pull the, Stardew Valley Harvest Moon type of thing where your parent or your guardian is called to one of like the big cities to deal with some major problem, and they leave the hut in your charge. And while young and new to alchemy, you are expected to fill those big shoes and continue the legacy, here in the woods here, and keep providing adventurers with potions. I think it works. I mean, we can still do more with this story, but that's one idea of a reason why you would be out here doing this alone. And I think that it can set up some events and interesting ideas. So, maybe your guardian is called for some reason, but comes back to visit frequently to check up on you and to provide you news with what's happening, and there's some bigger conspiracy or evil in the world that they're trying to deal with, and you get pulled into it. We'll see. Potion contests. I think it's out of the scope of the prototype, but it's an interesting idea. Or at least, it's out of the scope of the prototype for now. For what we can, let me be more specific. It's out of the scope of the prototype for what I want to have done before May. But if we get news at Digital Dragons that the game idea is great, they just want to see more, I'll just keep working on it, right? And then we can start to add stuff like that, because we'll have a whole nother year before I go to any big conferences. And I want people to know, too, that the moment we have what we have ready for May for Digital Dragons, I will also be sending off the pitch, the GDD, and the playable build to many other publishers who may not be there. I have a lot of them saved up, so... I think we had some on here. Was there like Kepler? Kepler Interactive was a publisher, right? Yeah, here's one. Oh yeah, they made... Yeah, they publish Pacific Drive. And they have a menu. Where's their menu for pitching? It does look weird. feel like they're... Their website is wild. I know Raw Fury is one too, right? Raw Fury's got a lot of good stuff. Usually these places have a pitch your game type of area. Some places, though, will seek you out. So not all places, I don't know. I have a list at home, I save it all in there. Just can't find any right now. So, you know, we will be pitching it probably. I will probably be looking about, I don't know, I'll probably be pitching it to maybe 4 to 5 specific publishers at Digital Dragons, or if there are more, but there's usually about that many that I feel are good fits for my game and who we are, and aren't just looking to make a quick buck off of players. The bequests, I mean, they're kind of our quests, but they're more tied to commissions, right? Because this is, in a very vague sense, or in a very rough sense, a job simulator. Although I don't like to use that to describe the game. So your quests are more tied to the commissions of adventurers and of other people coming to your hut. I already have a job, man. Yeah, I don't like to tie simulator to this because it is a simulation of a fantasy job that people don't have nowadays, really. Although, you know, chemistry is the closest you can get to it. But there is so much more to it, and it's more tied to a commission type of thing rather than you stock the shelves. People come in, they take things off the shelves, and then they pay you money, right? This is very much, you don't have necessarily wares on shelves. People come in and ask for something specific. Places in the open world can be locked behind commissions, such as a rock slide and room, but villagers using some strength. Yes, I do like that. Yes, that is a good idea. I do like that. Let me add that to our bigger list. Which I should move somewhere else. Grumpy old wizard NPC who constantly changes the weather, to be clear. I don't remember who had that idea, but I like that idea. I'm just gonna copy and paste your message. I'll put it there so I can remember who actually has good ideas. Okay, I forgot about this idea. Squirrels that bury nuts they find on the ground, and you can then follow them and dig them up. I like that. Just stalk the wildlife in the game so that you can steal their ingredients. The fishing minigame to me, yeah, I don't know, when did we have that? I don't fucking know. Okay, am I wrong, Lazy Fangs? Is the worst, when you're playing Scout, is the worst thing in the world a teammate who doesn't make platforms for you? Like, you're constantly just, Nitra, gold, and they just don't put platforms up for you. Some local wants a love potion to make the princess fall in love with them. So that aspect, like, wanting non-combat type potions is absolutely going to be an aspect of the game. And, you know, it's going to be very, not everything, but there will be some commissions where there's a bit of gray morality or a bit of unintended or unknowable consequences, right? There maybe they ask for a love potion, but in a similar vein, I would almost say to I think actually Voldemort's parents' story in Harry Potter is a really good example, where his mother used a love potion on a muggle, and then when the love potion wore off, she was hoping he would still love her, but he didn't and left. And, you know, it's pretty cool. Which they conveniently left out of the movie, which I think was a really fucking bad idea. Leaving out Voldemort's backstory in the movies is just a wild choice. The open world area can be locked up by an infestation of aggressive fish. And the potion would be like fear. Ask for a love potion, you give them diarrhea in a bottle. I mean, stuff like that is I think really cool. Just they ask for a love potion, you give them a poison, you know, bottle of poison or something, and who knows what happens. Maybe it's a good thing. Maybe the person they loved was some really evil guy. Who the fuck knows? Lightning in a bottle can only harvest from the top of a high place during a thunderstorm. It would, you know, that makes me think of like the what's that ingredient in Elden Ring, where the lightning strikes around it? I mean, I really do want to tie certain ingredients to like weather, and during weather, during certain weather conditions, you can only harvest certain ingredients. And that's something that the player just has to kind of observe and learn about the world. I will add something like that. I'll add that just because I think it's a good idea to add. Do we have a... No, we didn't put it in here, but it was just kind of a... I'm gonna fix your spelling too. Don't get mad at me for that. I'm just cursed like as a role for something to seek you out for help. Yeah, I like that stuff. Grammar Nazi detected. Third Reich man. Oh, I'm not propping up the Third Reich. I just sometimes I say things, okay? NPC rewards could be those nuggets of wisdom. Folklore tales, tips, and good harvesting spots. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Especially depending, you know, because we do have that, the different levels of rewards, right? I do like the idea of like a farmer maybe, or a ranger, you know, who spends a lot of time in the woods can tell you, you know, hey, by the way, when it was raining the other day, I saw this weird mushroom sprout up near a dead log, and I'd never seen that before when it was when it's not raining. So, you know, shit like that, right? VIP month subscriber count, hype train, conductor. Jesus Christ. It comes up at daytime. If you make him wait till night, he werewolves out. Maybe he dried up to ash the next day when it was sunny. Maybe some magical shit. Yeah. Yeah, I think, you know, all of that just to me, I think players would enjoy that because it makes the world more dynamic, and it gives reason to go out in certain types of weather. So weather that may be difficult to walk in, or difficult to see in, you know, like some heavy fog. Yeah, and it provides a different type of reward from NPCs other than, great, more gold, thank you, ciao. Yeah, and I think that each NPC can have its own type of reward. Either maybe it's just that local farmer who every time you help him, he just gives you fucking carrots. You don't need more carrots, but at least he's really fun to talk to. He's really nice, and he always has some crazy story of some time when he was young, right? The reward in that case is more like the social aspect and kind of just the humor of it. But then you have, more serious NPCs that might give you, those rare ingredients or tips. And letting players just interact and go, learn more about whichever NPCs they want, I think is really cool.
Most NPCs in games are just background.
Yeah, so one thing I want to do is I want to have as many NPCs, ideally all of them, be named. And it doesn't mean that there's going to be I'm going to have 500 named NPCs, but more just I want at least for the NPCs that we have, even if there aren't a huge variety of them, if there aren't 500 of them, maybe there are just 20 or 30, that at least they provide some consistent value to the game. The game doesn't need to be 1,000,000 hours long, right? But if our budget only says, hey, we can have 10 of these named NPCs, then I'll add in some generic NPCs as well for, just one-off kind of helpers. We'll see. We'll see. It really is going to depend on budget, because the scope of our NPCs is going to be that they're going to be, voice acted, they're going to look unique, and all that's okay, character design, voice acting, which is rip budget, and then that's all translation too, which is pretty expensive sometimes, and different animations. Some ingredients are carried by birds. Slingshot, probably not. But because we want to have potion-based combat. I don't want the player to be very But I like the idea of ingredients being up in the trees. Trade with birds using nuts and acorns. Yes, steal from the squirrels, follow the squirrel to find the nuts that they bury, and then use those nuts to barter with the birds. Bird merchants. It's such a fucking expensive idea, but it's great. I mean, it doesn't have to be expensive. I think that the idea could be done pretty... I think the idea could be done pretty cheaply and still have a significant amount of value for the game from a player's experience perspective. Like your fishing game. A mini game. Okay, I see what you mean. Maybe... I mean, I like the general idea of having things up in the trees that you might need to... Or ingredients that aren't readily available on the ground. I mean, that just makes sense, right? Trade with birds using... I mean, I really do actually like the idea of trading with birds using nuts and acorns. Especially if we have you can follow squirrels to steal their nuts. Units that are non... Yeah, okay, so that is one. Hey, squirrel. I don't like squirrels. I actually... Okay, yeah, I don't like squirrels. Ingredients that are non-violently harvested. That is one thing that I wanted to have where... a turtle that grows some, some special moss on its back or something, right? And that's something I didn't have in this document, but I should have. I mean, this is all stuff for the GDD, right? Different ways to harvest ingredients. I don't want to talk about that squirrel. Fuck that squirrel. Or go fuck itself. I'm convinced that you guys didn't fix that issue just so that it pissed me off. Okay, let me move, like, it keep coming. I mean, you guys can keep coming up with some ideas here. I might do the dead tree that you can heal with potion to restore it today, because that's, I know I can do that in one day. Okay, I will include all of it, okay? The squirrels made a hole in our old ass house, and so the squirrels would go in there and hide their nuts and like chew on them in the safety of the attic. And they loved to do it, right? It was right above my room, so I could just hear them scratching around up there, eating fucking nuts. All the time. All the time. And I can't work with that. Lift the farming mechanic from Delicious and Dungeon. I mean, I would, without shame, lift the farming mechanic from Delicious and Dungeon. I mean, I would 100% attribute it to that as inspiring me, right? But I would, without shame, lift it. Like, yep, this is from Delicious and Dungeon because that show is so fucking creative. I know how you trap it. You seal the hole with the squirrel inside, and you let it die. Give it 1 week. Gone. Okay, but Lazy Fangs, you're thinking of a European squirrel, okay? European squirrels, I didn't mean to type the European Squash Federation. Okay? It says not what I wanted. What the hell is the European Squash Federation? What is this bullshit sport? Fuck off. Okay, so, you know, European squirrels are pretty cute and they're tiny. They're small. Okay? In North America, we have the gray squirrel. Okay? These guys are assholes and they are larger. In Europe, you can feed the squirrels with little nuts in your hand and it's cute. It's like fucking Pocahontas, okay? These in the US are absolute assholes. What kind of weird sport will there be? You could add a card game. I could make that. Okay, you remember that game idea I was telling you about, where you play a card game to build a dungeon, and then with the dungeon master, you know, you're trying to add rewards and make it easy. He's trying to add traps and enemies and make it harder. And then once you're both out of cards, you run the dungeon in like first person with him lording over you from the top like a puppet master. I could add that in Cauldron Chronicles. Wait until it was out and put chicken wire over the hole. Well, I would have shot it too. I would have skinned it. I would have kept the skin, and then I would have cut it up and made stew out of it. I would have Scott Tenorman this squirrel, okay? You don't know how much torture and pain he caused me on a daily basis by making sounds all the time when I'm trying to work, when I'm trying to do stuff, when I'm trying to even sleep sometimes. Yeah, I would have done it too. I would have worn that fucking hat. I would have worn that hat. I would have made it myself. I would have learned to sew and to cure animal hides just to make a hat out of that asshole. I would have cut up the meat and I would have made an amazing stew out of it, and I would have sat there and ate all of it. And even if there was more of it than I could have eaten, I would eat it, I would throw up, and I would eat more of it. What kind of sounds did that squirrel make to annoy you? Terrible. Okay, so we couldn't go in our attic. It was an unfinished attic, right? But there was a very thin piece of wood that that covered the entrance to the attic, and it's right in my room, like right up on the ceiling. Okay, so the squirrel would jump onto that and eat the nuts on top of that board, that thin board, so you could just hear him. And remember, squirrels you can hear eating nuts like halfway across a park, right? So imagine that right there. Bats in your summer home, I mean, those are pretty cool. It won't at the pan. Okay, I got off topic. Fishing minigame. Fishing minigame is... The thing is that, okay, so a fishing minigame is, in my opinion, better to draw players in than it is to draw publishers in. Although there is some overlap, right? If you say that players really want your fishing, like your fishing minigame, obviously then you can sell that to publishers as players really want my fishing minigame. Also, my voice cracked because I'm still going through puberty. The pot, I think you tried to catch it. Wow. Ocean combat. Fishing. The thing is, for me, the best fishing minigames are the ones that are the easiest to interact with. I don't know if that's the same for other people, but for me, the simpler a fishing minigame, the better. I'm gonna find a genie bottle for a really obscure ingredient. If we have too many obscure ingredients, though, I think we might lose. Then you would start to have less value of exploring the open world. At a certain point, it does go into the best ingredients are now available without exploring the open world at all. There is that possibility. What am I? Potion combat. The thing is, I don't know if the potion combat... Well... It's a massive scope to implement. Potion combat. Well, there's a reason why I don't want to put it in save for GDD or implement now, because for me it's such a massive system that it needs to be tested if it actually works with the game. We can't assume that it will. Well, you're not supposed to bolt craft. Depending on how it's implemented, yes. But it could be no. Does the enemy essentially get nullified with one potion, or is it more that you deal HP damage, right? So this is a needs proto typing and massive font. Yeah, you could misthrow. Well, the thing is, you have massive open world, you have 3 enemies, right? Let's just say, for example, you have 3 enemies. You don't need bulk then. But it still is a massive shift in the way that the gameplay is handled, and it isn't even one of our pillars. So would I rather have enemies that you throw potions at, or would I rather go with just sticking with puzzles and making interesting puzzles and dynamic open world activities and features that you require your potions to interact with? Kind of leaning towards the latter personally, but I'd still like to prototype potion combat because I don't think that it is a significantly difficult system to you make potions at certain enemies to create special ingredients like Wizard with a Gun. I don't know. I think from the start I've always had the idea that potion combat just needs its own prototype. It needs its own prototype. It needs to be very specific. And just because we don't think it will work with the game doesn't mean that it won't. But it doesn't mean that it will. So this is the stage. Yeah, take care. We have to watch more free runs sometime too. Maybe this weekend. We need to use this stage, right? The prototyping stage. This is exactly what this stage is for. To try it out, see if it works, and just discard it if it doesn't. Like, fuck it. But I think we cannot go past prototype stage and try to fit potion combat in. And so we need to do it within prototyping stage before I would consider. Or we need to test it in prototyping stage before I would consider going to vertical slice. That's what I would do. I'm okay with throwing out, like, I don't know, a month of work if potion combat as an idea just doesn't seem to be interesting. But I'd rather try it out and figure that out. But my hypothesis is that it just doesn't fit very well. At least not with how our potions are made. So that would be my opinions on it. Well, I will do... this today. This dead tree that you can heal with a potion to restore it and unlock a new ingredient. Because I think that is a relatively self-contained interaction that is pretty interesting. It's pretty easy to make. We just need 2 assets. Well, 3. 3. It's trapping. Well, that was the idea, right? Where we put animals in the world, we have a fishing minigame, and then you can get ingredients from them too, right? And then you can use these ingredients in either cooking or potion making. So like I don't want to add animals if we don't have that. Grenade fishing with explosive potion. I'm not against it. I'm okay with this game kind of leaning into either aspect, right? Where we go down the more casual route. I mean, but think of it this way too, right? Like, this is a kind of a bad example, but like Stardew Valley has combat, right? It's not a mainstay of the game, but it is a side activity of the game. So the biggest question for me is, how do we implement it? How many enemies is the player expected to fight? And how many potions is the player expected to use when fighting? And we can adjust other systems to accommodate that, but only if the combat is actually fun and the enemies are engaging to do combat with. And that's just, like I said, it just needs prototyping. It needs its own design. It is its own system, as large as like the alchemy or the dialogue system that we'll have to go through iteration, so we will see. I cannot promise that at the moment. But we'll do this today. Dead tree player can heal. Let's jump in. Okay, I need like 3 stuff for... I think I need 3 things for this to work. I need 3 meshes, dead tree, tree with, and oh, I'll just do tree without shit on it, tree with shit on it, and then we'll do it simply with dead tree in world. Player interacts with right potion in inventory. Fade to black. Tree is restored and looks like typical ingredient. Mesh. Or typical ingredient BP. So we just basically replaced the mesh there, or in this case the blueprint. Do we have any tree like that? I don't think we have any like fruit trees or whatever. Put it here. It'd be pretty nice to put here. It'd be kind of cool to do it with this too. I don't know. We'll see. We'll first test it out. I just need the meshes. I don't think I have any good meshes for this. We'll see. Content. Dreamscape. Dreamscape Meadows. Meshes trees. We have no dead trees there. Tower. Meshes trees. No dead trees. Yeah, let me check this first. Let me just type in stylized. Desert, forest. Oh, by the way, this is the one that I think we can use for the like the abandoned mine shaft. I think that the meshes here are pretty good with our stylization. Dynamic nature. Is that a pack? Is it an update for stylized? Okay, get that. Oh, this one? Nah. Nah. Children's play park. Yeah, I just need like a dead like wasteland forest or something. Jesus Christ, these look really good. They're really good looking trees. Wowee. I wasn't looking at for my pack for that one. I was just curious what the that looked like. All right, let's go on the orbital market. Let's see if there's something there. Stylized. 5.3. We have these two. Can I log in? It'd be nice if I could mark it as being owned. Oh, there's a Dreamscape village. It's pretty cool. Oh, dude. There an easy way in Unreal to change color of existing assets? There might be. I wouldn't know it. If we can build up an interesting universe, by the way, and this is not a set in stone kind of thing, material kind of, but there's still leaves I would have to deal with. If I can, I mean, if I find like it's just a dead tree, I can add the tree. But if the universe that we make with Cauldron Chronicles is well liked, like I've said before, I want to make a typical open world RPG. I want to do it. Make a movie out of it? God, they have so many. So many, Shit, I really like this environment. This is one of the problems I'm gonna have to work out with the art director. How can we add some color to the scenes without just forcing any color to be ingredients? Because there's an obvious visual beauty to having something like this, but then you would think as an alchemist, okay, I can then pick up these flowers, right? We can't give the player a million flowers. I mean, maybe we can. I don't know. But they'd have to be they'd all have to be interactable, which just bloats the scene with logic. It's something I'll have to work out. Stylized fantasy environments. I saw some dead-looking trees here. The only problem is we would have to have dead tree, and then we need to have tree with fruits and tree without. You know, doesn't show me. But I do see a dead-looking tree here. But I don't know if I want to pay $40 for one tree. This has some dead trees. I mean, okay, I'll say this. We don't need the... When you heal the tree, I don't care if the asset that replaces it looks exactly like it. It doesn't need to. And we don't need to have the ingredient growing on the tree. We could have the ingredient spawning around the tree, especially if it's like a magical tree, right? Maybe it has magical roots that grow a special type of ingredient around it. We can make that work, right? I just kind of need a dead tree asset that looks roughly within the same style as we have. But I don't know if I can find one. Winter City environment. That's not gonna have trees, probably. Graveyard and nature set. does have dead trees. But they are not stylized. I could maybe replace the material, but that can get pretty risky in terms of how it looks, though I don't really care too much. It's an option. I just need a dead tree. And maybe a kind of magical looking tree. Be pretty cool, but I might have something like I don't know. I'm pretty sure I own something like this, right? Feature. We have to have like a magical tree in here somewhere. Dead tree. Only pay $30 fucking dollars for your dead trees. There's some mega scans. Maybe we just pull something from Quixel. It's not going to be stylized, but I bet they have dead trees in here. Log in. Bro, I have Unreal open. What are you telling? What the fuck are you saying, log in? I am literally using Unreal. God damn you. 3D plants. These are just gonna be plants. Nature. Tree. Just trunks. Tundra dead tree. Dead tree. Pretty big size. We can get in like low quality maybe. I am signed in. Bro. There we go. I mean, I'll try it. We'll see what it looks like. Unfortunately, a lot of Quixel assets can be really, really massive in size. They're not downloading. Oh, I can get metahumans on Quixel? I didn't know that. Well, shit. Yeah, let me try this one. One with like low quality, just so that maybe it appears as kind of stylized. Kind of just looks like shit. Especially if we scale that up, it's gonna look like poo. It's connected twice at the end of a mission. I had to kick somebody once because they were just AFKing in a pool and letting us like do the mission for them. And so I killed him, and then I killed him, then he was spamming the, you know, the call me back in button. And then he was trying to kill the other team. I think he thought that the other guy killed him and not me, because I basically killed him and just ran away. And then the other guy reinforced him, so he spawned back in, and then he started killing the guy that reinforced him, and I just kicked him. Yeah, he was just AFKing in just a pool for like 10 minutes. And I was like, at first I was like, okay, maybe he's just has something to do really quickly, but he didn't type in chat. I was like, fuck it, just get out. Just leave. Leave! Imagine playing with randoms. I don't have anybody to play with. Nobody's online when I play. I mean, I guess this tree kind of works, but I'll at least get it in a better quality. When do you play? If I ever play, it would be at like, it would be in the evening for us. Did we even add each other on our main Steam accounts? Maybe we didn't, that'd be pretty funny. At 10 p.m. I'm probably not going to be playing. It depends on the day though. Weekends for sure, but otherwise I'm going to be at, I'm going to be getting near bedtime. Lay down or read something or whatever. I mean, I might still play on like weekdays at 10 p.m., but you know, it's like Helldivers 2, if you're going to play with a friend, you're going to want to do like a set of missions, right? And then each mission is going to be like 30 minutes, so by the time you're done with that set of missions, it's probably going to be 2 hours. You know how it is. Should I get nanite quality? I wonder how large that is. I'm curious. Let's get a nanite quality tree in the scene. Let's see how many hundreds of megabytes these textures are. scared. Realistically, though, I'll probably just pull this in at medium quality. I don't want to bloat the download size of the game. That's the thing with nanite. Wait for the static mesh to be ready. Okay. Put your makeup on. Let's get ready. Come on. Three, 5, 8. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. Oh yeah. 6, 9. $350 megabytes, 250 megabytes, 161. And the mesh itself is 108 megabytes of data for a nanite mesh. That is absurd. There are 1.5 million triangles on this tree. Is so stupidly detailed. So I mean, if it supposedly looks that good, we should just be able to beef up the size of this to some massive amount, and it should still look pretty damn decent. I would say that the mesh is higher quality than the textures, because holy Jesus, dude, the textures kind of look a bit bad. I mean, granted, I don't believe that they ever intended for a tree to be this large, so maybe that's a bit unfair.
It's just a prototype.
It is just a prototype. I'm not going to put a nanite tree in the scene, don't worry. I was just curious how many triangles and how large the textures would be for this trash. Turns out it would be adding in getting close to 1 gigabyte of data for one tree. Does look good, I will say that. Does look good. But this is what the kids nowadays call unnecessary. Okay, let's get that mesh at medium quality. I was curious. Okay, we're not curious anymore. I could do a tree stump as well. There were like tree stumps. That was so loud. That was so loud. It didn't even show up on my Twitch chat that you played that. Really fucking funny. How did you hide that? For the squirrel? Okay. Fuck that squirrel. The sound alerts failed? Yeah. I had to recover my bits. Really? So it played, wait, really? It played the sound without even... It's pretty crazy. It says you played it. Oh no, whatever. Did you guys see that that new stream meta? I mean, I wouldn't say it's a new meta because she got banned for it, but let's just say there's a certain hole that every human has, right? Looks like this. Oh, it's not that loose, but... And the streamer was basically just showing that yesterday. Okay, yeah, that's where I saw it too, was from Charlie's vid, so... Ooh boy. Ooh boy. It's like the sound it took the money failed to play, went to the recovery page, got a free token, played again. Jesus Christ. Saw Charlie's vid yesterday. Much more like the way her bra made her boobs squish. That's my favorite way. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna be honest. She's not even that pretty. Kinda ugly to me. I mean, apart from the fact that she showed her brown squeaker on camera. Because that's pretty ugly to do as a person. Pretty dumb thing to do. Okay, if I just shove this right here. I mean, I think she only got a 1-day ban for that though, which I would say that I'm surprised by Twitch, but I'm not. I'm really not. This is the same company that gave 3-day bans to that the girl who, I think, like Charlie said, that there was the one girl who thought, she said, "Oops, I thought I turned off my stream, and then I was making OnlyFans content, but I forgot to turn off my stream." So completely bare ass and everything involved was put on screen with that. And then there was the other girl who, yeah, there's just sex on the stream and only got a 3-day ban for that. Spurt is her chocolate starfish be on the internet forever. She's fine with that though. She is happy that her chocolate starfish is on Twitch, on internet forever. That's what she wants, because she's not selling her Twitch stream. She's selling the things that are linked through her Twitch stream. Click my link tree. It's fine now, think about in 10, 20 years. We already have kids getting bullied at school for their moms doing OnlyFans content. I will say this, we should not be bullying the kids, we should be bullying the moms doing OnlyFans content. That's my hot take for the day. And I don't even think that's a hot take, that is a lukewarm take. Why bully at all? Because I don't think moms should be doing OnlyFans content. I will defend that position to the grave. Yes, because I think that that's going to put your kid in a very nasty position. I think that they're doing that without thinking about their child. I don't have problems with people making money doing that content, but I think that if you have a child or you have children, it there's a different level. No, I don't have any stigma towards sex workers, but I do think that there is just a problem with doing that content when you have a child. And I will not take that back. Okay, I need some like mesh to replace this with. I probably have something. Okay, if you're preventing identification, sure. Okay, we can argue that point, but usually the ones who are found out, right, that hey, your mom does OnlyFans content, obviously their identity is being leaked somehow. So I'm specifically talking about the ones who just openly do this and show their identity and don't care about their kids at all. That's just such a terrible thing to do as a... And this isn't being done because they have to, right? This isn't like the 1800s where your mom has to... is a prostitute because she, you know... It's the only way for her to make money, right? And it's, you know, nobody likes it. It's just the way things are. This is literally usually perfectly capable people who can go get real jobs, but choose to do this because it makes money, but then they fuck over their children in the process. I don't have any colorful trees. God damn it. All right, let me find some trees that I can use in this. Maybe in this stylized nature open world fantasy. I swear we had this in this was Dreamscape Meadows, wasn't it? Maybe not. Feet model safe, yeah, I mean, I still just think that it's something that is kind of, it depends on the content, yes, but I don't know, there's a whole bunch of bad parents. I mean, have you ever seen, like, the videos from Mark Rober, where he made the package bombs for bombs, you know, they were glitter bombs, right, for package thieves? You ever watch those? I have a really hard time watching those videos because they're full of parents who steal these things with their kids and then just like gaslight their children into thinking that this is an okay thing to do. It's like, oh, this is just mommy's present. Fuck me, it's so bad. You know, I get pissed at like the people stealing it, like the young kids or whatever. I don't laugh as much during those videos because especially with the parents, I cannot stand that. I get so fucking angry, and they never say the truth to their kid. They never act like it's a bad thing. It's always this is for some reason it's always moms with their children. It's never like. Maybe he cut out the dads with their kids, but for some reason it's like always moms with their kids stealing these things. And they just tell their kids that the dads run away. That is a possibility. That is a possibility. There's a reason dad left. I mean, that just goes up into like the fucked up court cases, right? Who don't award dads custody of their children as often as moms. And it's like, well, I think people have an equal capability of being terrible parents. We do have this red tree. We don't have the yellow tree. Ugh, I need different trees. Gotta have something here. I mean, I think that again, that goes to, it just depends on the person, right? I think that there are a lot of men who don't want to date OnlyFans models. And I think that the reasons are sometimes pretty valid. And I think they're, depending on the content, like, yeah, foot model, right? Like, who cares? I don't know of most guys who would care if their girl was a foot model for OnlyFans. Yeah, it's exactly, it's a giant trust issue. This just in, Microraptor attacks sex workers. Make money the way you need to make money. But don't be surprised when there might be some consequences to that. God, these asses just look trash. I really don't like the texturing on this. It's gonna leave me for God, so nothing can shake me. I don't know, I view certain levels of like religion and atheism as being just two sides of the same coin. It just feels like a similar way for people to attack each other, in a sense. And it's not like all atheists are against the religious people. It's not like all religious people are against atheists, but you get those extremes, and I don't like that. His name was Piotr. Was her ex and apparently had a big dick. I thought most girls didn't really care about a giant dick. More how you use it. I mean, Blue Dick Boy is an exception though, right? Because like he is absolutely, this is a show of his manhood. They're gonna get trees and lush. I just need like a magical tree. I don't have a magical goddamn tree. I'm spending hours looking for just some type of interesting looking magical tree, and I don't have anything. It's so frustrating. There's gotta be like a scene, right? Like a fantasy bundle environment, fantasy forest environment. Give me a tree. Actually, this pack is kind of nice. Shit, I really like this pack, actually. Oh, it only works up to 4.26. Wonderful. Greenwood Fantasy Village. Those are some giant ass pumpkins. That's a bit of camera level. Modular Gothic Fantasy. But that's like for. That's for Cauldron Souls, not for Cauldron Chronicles.
You shall not pass.
Well, that's the vibes that gives me. They really like this bridge. Don't forget, we gotta get it. Screenshot from every angle of this bridge. What's on sale? Maybe there's something really cheap. Ramster Z, all products 50% off. Don't make me log in. Do not make me log in. Are these just like animations? Oh yeah, they're animations. We might actually need some animations, now that I think about it. I just don't know what we would get. Or if these would even be worth it at this stage. If there are fishing animations, I might get that. I don't see fishing though. Vendors and customer, yeah. Emptying. I do not see fishing animations. Discord. I was talking about to punish you for taking too many side quests. Is that real? No fucking way that's real. Okay, I did see this one last night, yeah. This one was funny. I did see this one, that one was absurd. According to article, yeah, but it's more along the lines of please from my boy. Okay, yeah, I mean, that's just clickbait shit. Then I heard about that, like, just timed quests. Do you think if you pitched a two gamers, if you pitched a gaming news site that just doesn't have it's more just like here's what's actually happening. Here's the quick digestible short article with the sources linked. That's it. I mean, do you think the gamers would actually want that? It is what Escapist used to be. I ain't anymore. Second wind. I do follow the Saved You a Click video games Twitter account, which is pretty nice. Which gives you all the clickbait news, but then just puts the actual reality in 140 characters, whatever it is on Twitch or on Twitter. So is it like free of bias? Because especially when we have this whole Sweet Baby Ink stuff going on and they're trying to paint the situation as something different than what it is. I just get worried, right? Put it that way. I don't think I have like any magical tree. I just think I'm... I don't have a magical tree. At least bias its creator so far seems pretty impartial and critical of things, okay. One show design delve that you might find interesting. It goes into analyzing certain game design trends. Maybe. I don't listen to too much of that stuff sometimes. I don't know, it's weird. Like, I would much rather talk with somebody about design than listen to other people talk about design. I don't know. I don't know how to put it. The time that it would take for me to find an interesting looking tree is just going to be... I might as well just find some cheap $5 tree and buy it. This is so frustrating. Magical tree. Fantasy. Is sorted by... Can I just show environments? Categories. Environment. Oh yeah, let me just buy stylized castle environment for 240 bucks. Here's the thing, you know, if somebody just bought this and showed you a video, do you know how many players this would trick into thinking that this is a real, like, town in their game? When this would just be the demo map? Oh yeah, it would be. I would 100% agree. Especially with interiors like this. Yeah, it does. I mean, we talk about it a lot on, like, Kickstarter, right? I mean, it looks great. It looks great, but you... Ooh. Yeah, it is a really well-made asset pack, especially with the interiors. This forest. You can trick people, that's for sure. Make maps for VR chat. Want to use it to prototype a knockoff of Pacific Drive with multiplayer, more post-pocket themes. Yeah, oddly enough, we had an idea similar to Pacific Drive before I knew about Pacific Drive. But it was going to be like cyberpunk type of universe. Let's have some colorful trees, but it's not worth 200 bucks. Sue them. I think the idea was a little bit different, though. It would have been less like roguelite and more narrative driven, but it was just a rough idea. I just need a magical tree. How difficult is this game? A whole lot of purple. Wowee. I like that. It has flowers. So I could use other parts of this. Do they have a demo? Playable demo. Let's try it. This one just does not fit the vibe super well. All right, let's see. Let me close this temporarily so we don't kill my computer. Please don't have like loud ass sounds. Please don't do it. V-Sync on here, great. Why don't they just ship a dev build? Why can't you just let me use the console? Okay, I could utilize the flowers here. I don't think they look too bad. These butterfly particle effects are so, they just kind of fly in a direction, and then they just... Where do they disappear? Okay. I wanted to see specifically the... There's that giant pink tree. Let me find it though. It does have dead trees though, so could utilize the dead trees from these as well. Oh yeah, let me just... So that's how it's gonna be, huh? They showed some like... Oh, maybe it's this one. It's this asset. The pink leaves. So I could turn one of the dead trees into this with the pink leaves, and then utilize the pink flowers as ingredients. That could be done. Some of the other dead brush is pretty nice too. I like the glowing green particle field. Yeah, okay, I could make use of this pack. It could be done. It could be done. It could be done. Okay. Game update Rocket League. No. I can't play Rocket League. I have to play against bots because I get too angry. Works in 5.3. Alright, let me buy it. Let me buy it. Add to cart. Should I buy that radar chart widget too? If we overhaul flavors? Yeah, I'm gonna do it. Fucking chat, right? Yeah, let me buy it on the other screen. Taxes. Wallet. So your game just is a... Ooh, I gotta be careful. Don't show any of that on screen. I got these weird numbers on my card, you guys. I read them out to you. Can you tell me what they mean? Alright, we got him. How big is this? Do we send them to this project and then import them into ours? I think that might be a smart thing to do. Yeah, it's 1.6 gigabytes. I'll export it over to our project. Just what we want, what we can use. I got a new Skyrim mod pack as well. I think it's pulling me back in again. Here comes another 300-hour Skyrim playthrough, right? Which I shouldn't do. I still have to finish Pacific Drive. Then Dragon's Dogma 2, and I think Rise of Ronin I might want to play as well. For that, I'll probably have to bring my PS5 into work and hook it up through my Elgato. That's gonna be a whole thing. If I want to play that on stream, I don't know if I want to play that on stream. We'll see. There's no time. There's no time. So many good games are coming out this year. I don't have time for this. A lot for me. Well, maybe later in the year there's something, you know, there'd be a bit of a break. But there are some games, you know, I don't want to play some games later than their release. Like, otherwise I'll just be spoiled, especially story-driven games. Alright, Fantasy Forest. Why are these blueprints? What are these doing that they need to be blueprints? Steam sale tomorrow? What's the theme Steam sale? Oh, it's the spring sale. Okay. You gonna be ready at some point? Deck Builders Fest FPS. The next fest is in June. I don't think Helldivers 2 would go on sale though. Maybe at most for 10%. But I feel like it's still selling like hotcakes at the current price that I don't think that they would do anything more than like a 10%. The fact that it's still just holding out so well. Same with Palworld. The fact that Palworld and Helldivers are both holding out extremely well. Last Epoch is still getting over 100,000 peak. We've had some really incredible releases this year that are 100% going up against some of the most played games in history. It's pretty great. I might smash servers, I don't know. What's the pattern? Oh, it's just a blueprint for static meshes. Okay, that's fine. Week-long failures? What do you mean? Models. Okay, let's see. I don't like it being normalized, but right now there isn't significant. Did you just crash on me? There's still significant issues with handling like servers and shit that needs to be ironed out. Oh my god, just prepare the static meshes. These better not be like huge textures and shit, but I bet they're pretty big. No, I get it, but I don't know if there's something that can just simply be done. I think this is just an issue with service providers struggling under the load. Oftentimes it's like less to do with the games and more to do with the service providers of the servers. Just getting bombarded with, you know, hundreds of thousands of requests. Jesus Christ, why is it taking so long for these static meshes to do anything? Depends on the company. Ironically, I actually think that the changes that Bethesda Game Studios did with their QA for Starfield has proved to be very effective at nailing down a lot of the bugs. It's just sad the game was kind of half-baked. And then you have a game like Baldur's Gate 3, which every single update seems to break more and more shit. In the most ridiculous way possible. Fucking nanite enabled. Quick surface that are something you notice by playing the game for like 10-20 minutes. It depends. Sometimes yes, sometimes it can depend on the hardware being tested on. Some places also use a combination of in-house QA and external QA. Some places only use external QA. Some places only use internal QA. Well, scopes are certainly bigger than ever. It's just leading to a spiral of problems in the games industry. What the hell is this? Bro, you have like leaves just floating. Why does it look so fucked up? It's just so weird to me. Shit. Did I fuck myself? Just please tell me that the flowers look decent at least. I really wish these weren't nanite meshes though. To some extent this looks better. Like, I could fuck around with just placing, like, a tree. And just placing a whole bunch of these bushes by it. Like, as the leaves. Tribute Games, thank you for the raid. Welcome, guys. Get them! Get the raiders! Welcome, guys. How you doing? I'll fix my posture for you. That's how much it matters. Goes the potion making. Right now I'm trying to. I didn't have any like sort of magical tree, and I'm trying to create an interaction in the world where you can heal a dead tree and it gets replaced with a live tree that then grows some special ingredients around it, right? And I've had to buy some assets, and I think they looked better in the demo than they do outside of it. So I'm just kind of trying to see if there's a way that I can make it work, make it look decent. We'll see. Because this tree doesn't look bad or this bush doesn't look bad from a distance, but then you get kind of close to it and you just see like, what were they thinking with this floating? Right? Yeah, I guess it's like I could use it. This is just a prototype, right? I would just tell publishers, okay, don't look too closely because that's just an asset. I'm gonna replace it. But I don't want it to look terrible, right? I also didn't read carefully because these are nanite meshes. So now they, this mesh size is 30 megabytes for some reason because apparently it needs to have 500,000 triangles. Which is fine. It shouldn't cause an issue, but I don't like my project size getting bloated to all hell, right? You guys do some cleaning up and we'll jump back in if you're still streaming. I will still be streaming for 5 more hours or so. But thank you for the raid, guys, and welcome. If you have any questions about what we're doing, feel free to ask. If you want to call me names, you can do that too. Okay, maybe I can do this. Maybe I can use this bush as the leaves of the magical tree. This could be doable. Something like this, right? Okay, this is 100% doable. And looks it looks so much better too. And the good thing is I won't have to replace, I'll just use this dead tree mesh in lieu of what we're currently using. Fuck this bush, right? And then we can use some of these flowers that they have as plants, as ingredients that grow around it when you heal it. Because I think these look pretty good. The green's a little bit more than I would like, but this is manageable. This is manageable. Where did that tree go? Why did the tree disappear? What happened to the tree? I didn't delete it. Where did the tree go? Well, either way, okay. So which tree do we want? Do we want tree 2 or tree 3? Tree 3 I think would be a little bit easier to... Okay, hold on. It's got to prepare the nanite mesh. Okay, there we go. This tree has a lot going on in the... It's just a little bit too busy of a mesh, you know what I mean? It looks good. But I think this tree is just going to be easier to throw in the scene. It looks fine, and it's not going to be too crazy. Looks a bit better as a dead tree, too, just because it looks really sparse. Not like a live tree that's missing its leaves. I don't know why it just disappeared, though. That was kind of weird. I don't know. That was weird. Okay, so let's export the... Let's see. What do we want? This tree for sure needs to be exported. And we will export these flowers. Oh, and this tree foliage. Migrate. To Cauldron Chronicles content. Perfect. They also had the Firefly's particle system, which looked pretty nice. I was thinking maybe we could use that for something. Like the nighttime. So let me migrate this to. Do I need Niagara? No, I shouldn't need that. That should be everything. Alright. Back to our project. Oh, God, how big are these gonna be? I have a feeling if we have nanite meshes, we probably have like 4K textures. Which for trees is like, it's kind of understandable, but still. At a certain point, I'm gonna have to start paying for extra space from plastic, which I don't look forward to. Oh, wonderful, that's a lot. It's not bad, 116 megabytes. These two tree meshes are like 85 megabytes total. It's so absurd. At least it's all working. I mean, the colors are definitely less vibrant. But they are acceptable. It could probably adjust. Oh yeah, they're just a texture sample, so maybe if I multiply it by a vector. Let me preview the output here. Not working. Maybe some kind of blend. Blend lighten. Let me try that. That is certainly lightening. We just need to bump down the way too much. You guys will have to forgive me. I'm not very good with anything material or art related, so don't expect too much. I mean, is that making it? Okay, maybe. Maybe that'll get it a bit better of a green color. Hey, okay, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. That fits a bit better. I'm surprisingly happy with that. Can I make it even more? And multiply. There's got to be some way to just lighten it up a little bit, right? If somebody knows a way, maybe there's like some blend node that would work really well. soft light, maybe? I mean, I don't think that had any difference. I guess it was a little bit lighter. A little bit too greenish now. I need it to be almost more, I don't know, it just lighter. But it doesn't look bad. I do like that it sticks out, right? So maybe it's okay. It's like in the same vein as like the red tree, right? It's not bad. Alright, let's get rid of this mesh. I don't want it anymore. It offends me. Get out of here. Being deleted. Okay, now that we have those sorted out, I think we have everything that we need. Very simply, we need dead tree and world. Player interacts with the right potion in their inventory. We just do a quick fade to black, and the tree is restored and looks like a typical ingredient blueprint. And it will act like that too. Or we just replace the mesh. No, we wouldn't even need to do that. We just have, it would be a blueprint, interactable. You interact, does a check, if true. Make the leaves visible. And then we can make ingredients around it visible too. Should be doable. Should be doable. Okay, let's make a blueprint. Tree to heal. BP, tree to heal. Oops. Let's add a static mesh. Tree. I'll do another scene root as a child of the tree. And we'll call this leaves root. We can put all the leaves on there. Okay, SM tree 3 was the one, right? Yeah. I can try to change the coloring on the textures of this too if we want, but having it stick out does help. Okay, static mesh. So it's called like tree foliage or something. Yeah. That's good. Okay, let's duplicate. Sorry. Duplicate, move it down. Give it a bit of rotation, but I'll do it on. There. Kind of need this to be like that. I'll shove like one more here for good measure. Yeah, I think it's acceptable. Try throwing it in the scene. I call it trippy tree. Oh no, that's why you raided me. You're like, oh, he's working on a magical tree. Thank you for the follow, man.
So, you heard anything about any, bounty hunters in these parts?
I couldn't say.
Thanks for nothing, idiot.
I just realized I'm on my other channel. Clifford 3D, I don't know if you remember. I do remember. I do remember. I think this is the proper one that you stream on, and the other one is like your personal account, right? Yeah, we both have those potion games that thankfully don't overlap. The other one is my +1 view. Hey, whatever works, right? Leaves root, okay. So leaves root. If I make the leaves root invisible, it's not going to apply to in-game. I would need to tell all the children to be invisible. To start with, right? Oh, I need to reparent this too. Hold on. Reparent to interactable. Well, how are you doing? How was your stream? What were you up to? But does this have collision, I guess is my... Yes, it does. Okay, collision looks fine. Hey Bartosz, stream was good. Implemented my building system in my UI. Oh wow. UI is never fun for me. I kind of like UI. But it does take a lot of time. Nice tree, thank you. You're gonna, so the goal here is that you will be able to heal the tree using a potion, and then you will get the leaves, and it's gonna spawn some special ingredients on the ground. It does have collision. This one has collision. I can confirm. In fact, these bushes don't need to have collision, but they do, I think. Well, let me double check on that. Maybe they don't. No, there's no collision primitives here, so should be fine. You will be able to interact with this and heal it. My game is tree collision. Stop copying me. I love it. You can jump this far up the tree. Yeah, this will help to illustrate that the world is intended to be slightly dynamic in that way, and that you can have an impact on the world to help further your potion making goals. So we're gonna, you're gonna heal it, and then you'll be able to spawn like some of these flowers nearby or something that you can then harvest. Really should be okay for trees since you can't get close. Yeah. I'm using a bush as leaves, but I think it looks pretty acceptable. Like, is it perfect? No, but like, is it perfect for a prototype? Yes. Yes, it is. Considering all of these meshes will be replaced at some point, I think it's okay. Need to make these interactable. We'll have to do the potion check and do I want to make the flowers that will spawn be part of this blueprint? I think we could. I think we could. Well, let's at least set up the other things first. Let's set up the... how do we convey to the player that this is the... that there's something that they can do here, right? Like, that they can heal this tree. How do we convey that? Almost have to use like the potion inventory for this. No, we could skip that. I mean, I could at least... This is just meant to be a prototype. I think that just showcasing this as an aspect of our world is the goal. the exact nature of the way that you do that can be saved for further iterations and, you know, improvements. For now, just even something showing up with dead tree use, you know, potion with restore health 1 to heal. I think is okay. I think even like a pop-up would be fine. A little bit crude, but tree to heal. Pop-up. Remember, we just want the quickest way to test the idea and whether or not it's enjoyable. And then if it is, that's where we go from prototype to vertical slice, and we iterate, we design it, you know, better and make it feel nice. Fail quickly. Go to GDC this year. Hey, Michael. I don't think so. GDC is too expensive for me this year, unfortunately. I'd love to, but yeah. San Fran is, for me from Europe, it would cost like a few $1,000 to go to GDC. And then, you know, it's like if I'm flying back home, I might as well schedule a visitation with my parents. So it's like, which I do want to do, but that adds even more money to it. I don't think this year. I might go to yeah, the price I'm saying it would be like well, it'd be like near, I think, 500 to 800 bucks to get the plane ticket to San Fran. Then I have to get a hotel in San Fran, which for the days of GDC is probably another $1,000. Then I have to survive in San Fran, which is expensive, and oh yeah, and the tickets for GDC, I think the tickets for GDC are a bit cheaper, right? Aren't they only like a few $100? They keep raising them every year. It's $300 if I just want the expo. But then if I want any of the core concept sessions or the summit sessions, I don't know, it's really expensive. So no, not this year, unfortunately. But I might go to Gamescom this year. Gamescom is still expensive, but I'm in Europe, so I can generally just take like a really cheap bus or really cheap train, get a really cheap hostel, network out of a hotel or something. I'm surprised there weren't people looking to split rooms to lower cost. I think it happens sometimes, but San Francisco is just, wowee, is it expensive. I really wish they held it in a different city, to be honest. But there aren't many cities with convention halls as large as that. Though I will say, at least recently, the GDC, like the size of GDC has been pretty small compared to in the past. Because I went in 2017, and 2017 it was massive. The whole thing was packed. And then I went again in 2021, which of course was during COVID shit, but it was empty. It was dead, absolutely dead. GDC in Vegas. Vegas would be pretty cool. I don't know if it would be cheaper than San. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it would, because San Francisco is just absurdly expensive, and it's not a very safe city at all, unfortunately. It's a very dangerous city. Okay, pop up. Let's do put a blur on here. Let's do a border wrap with a size box with another border. Size to content center 0.5. 0. How's the gaming industry in Europe? It's pretty strong. I'm in Poland, and unfortunately, you do get a case where publishers try to save money and they hire Polish people to make their games. Which, you know, it's not that Polish people are bad, but you have a really weird system here where, because the Polish currency is so devalued compared to like the euro, if you're good in Poland, you leave Poland to Germany or to the UK because you'll just make more money, like 3 to 4 times as much money. So unfortunately, you have a case here in Poland where you have really good industry veterans, but there aren't as many compared to the vast number of like juniors and mid-level people. And so you have just you have like studios being formed by like technically juniors and new people in the industry, and then you have some studios that are formed just by the experts, and then some studios with a few experts and a massive number of juniors, and so the quality is all over the place here in Poland, at least. Kind of unfortunate, but it is what it is. If you're looking for work, Poland is pretty good for the game industry, just because you'll probably be able to find a job. You're just not going to get paid much, because that's just the state of the currency here. For reference, I had a lead position here in Poland, and I was making about, what was it? It was it was about 24,000 US dollars a year. Okay, let's do I need a panel. I need a vertical box. Text, image, text. Let me get some buttons. Is that livable as long as you stay in Poland to gain experience in freelance? Depending on where you live, you will live, you won't save much money. And there might be some places, especially if you live like with parents, with friends, or you have roommates, you'll save more. But if you're like trying to rent your own place and you're in one of the major cities, obviously the prices balloon there. So I was making 6,000 Polish currency a month, and my rent for a about 30 square meter apartment was 2.5 thousand a month. Food costs, let's just say about 500 a month. So you'll live, but you won't save much, especially if you plan to then move back someplace else. You know, you're gonna need probably 10,000 bucks or something to move back to someplace with USD or euros or pounds. At least 10,000. What was I doing? Oh, I need buttons. Can I steal some buttons from here. I'm gonna steal these buttons. It's also, there's a bit of a psychological downside to it too, where because a lot of places lack that upper experience, they will put people in charge who don't necessarily have that experience. And so you'll get titles that are very high, right? Very easily. But then if you try to, of course, get that same job title in another place where the average experience of the workforce is higher, you might be seen as just lacking. And then if you apply for easier positions, they'll often think you're overqualified because you had such a high position before. It's kind of fucked up. I don't know if I explained that well. Just start with a simple pop-up like this. Keep it simple. Stupid. Me being the stupid. $10. No, I'll just get rid of that. For these images, I'll put left and right padding on here too of like 10. Give him a bit of space, right? Let me make this a rich text block actually. Like throw some colors in there. We'll just type something kind of standard in here for now. You can heal the tree with potion that only has at least generate health 1 on it. Would you like to do that now? Thank you for not choosing default. It's not compiled. We will where's the wrapping there? Where's the positive and negative effect colors? Are they on here? These ones, right? Bold, red, and blue? Oh no, it was this. Effect positive 24. 24 is pretty large though. Maybe it isn't. Effect positive 24. With a bold, I do bold. Okay, do bold on the only. Yeah, I do want to say, you know, I don't want people to take it the wrong way, but Poland is very good to obtain more game industry experience. It's one of the reasons I moved here. But it has its caveats. It's going to have its challenges. I'm also pretty biased against AAA, so I wouldn't like work at CD Projekt Red or anything, but some people would. A lot of people do. But I've heard some horror stories. The Polish game dev community is really close, and we love sharing stories with each other, so people have a pretty good idea if they're working here which studios are the most enjoyable to work at and which you should probably stay away from. So job posted for studios in Poland, but they always seem sketchy. There's a lot of sketchy stuff here. Or there's Playway, right? Everybody knows Playway. Do they have some good things? Yes. Do they have a lot of not so great things? Yes. I think their browse would have. Well, everybody knows Playway. Just if you see any game with the word simulator in it, 9 times out of 10, it was made or published by Playway. I should say published by Playway, right? And again, some of these are great, some of these aren't. I think they use a lot of manipulative marketing tactics too, for determining game, interest. And I don't know if it's the same case anymore, but I do know that I've heard too many stories, and I've seen too many stories of publishing studios like this, which, again, this is a Polish publishing studio, that barely pays the company enough, barely pays them enough to make the game, and never enough to actually be dependent on anything else other than them. So they essentially are buying you out, using you until you aren't producing anything of quality anymore, and then they'll move on. Maybe I'll put some text down here too, like if the player doesn't have this potion in their inventory. Yeah, I might do that. Also with Playway too, they are pretty well known for, so they'll like buy people's game ideas for really cheap, and they will take the barest bones one day made prototype from people and then give it to the studios with the game idea and say, here, finish this game. I have seen some of the garbage they give studios. Again, this was a few years ago, but if it worked then, enough. 18 might be too small, but we'll see. This pop-up is so bloated. Whatever. Whatever, it's prototype. Move on. Okay, this needs to be variable. Save that. Everything else is fine. I might make it like regenerate health too, I don't know. I need to test first if this works. Do a function on it too. Do we want to test if the player has it here? I think we could. The confirm buttons enable ability will be bound to that boolean. Perfect. Cancel will viewport subsystem, remove, want to remove the widget and then get player controller. Show mouse cursor. False. Input mode, game only, or I'm sorry, not game. UI only, self. Make these buttons not focusable. Alright, setup widget. First thing we need to do is test if the player actually has this. So let's see, let's get game instance. Ooh. Should I make a new function library function to test if the player has a specific potion? God, how do we determine that though? That sounds like a lot of work for one blueprint. I mean, I could reuse it in maybe, okay, maybe it's useful in the sense that, yes, you know what, I might make it. I might make it because this is just one interaction that I want to have. I might have other puzzles and things that do require that sort of test. So making it might be smart. It's a bit larger scope than what I thought I would do today, but that's fine. test if player has potion. We need a Boolean output. The player has potion. Put that over there. And we need an input of potion. Now this is just going to have let's see. We'll do a potion of B. Does flavor matter? Just so we can ignore flavor. Mostly, what we will mostly be using for is to test effects. Like, we don't care about name and icon, of course, right? Ingredients, I don't foresee us needing that, since that's just data about what was used in there. Effects and flavor are the most crucial part of this. We'll keep it like this for now. We can refactor if needed. Right, let's think of how we set this. Actually, I think a different structure. Do we have the potion needs, like the commission? I mean, it's essentially the same thing as a commission, right? Not that, maybe. Like S commission, almost. Probably be the better structure to use here. Like required effects, penalty effects types, and flavor required. I think that's the better way to handle it. So when you heal the tree, it's essentially looking for a commission, and it's going to check the required effects, see if you have it. If yes, great. If not, bad. And you know, it's mainly just a pass-fail. And if there are any penalty effect types that are tested and it has that, we fail the player. So like in this case, if the tree needs regenerate health 1 and it doesn't want any negative effects like some type of poison, right, then we can just penalize that and the player would fail that test. And obviously this regenerate tree isn't going to require a flavor, but it's pretty easy to set that up. Worst case. Yeah. Okay. Let's get game instance. No, that was a waste of time. What? You have another meeting? Get player inventory, break, potions, promote to local variable, player potions. an hour meeting where my topics were like 1 point. So you were just you sat in there until it was up to you to do something, and then you said like one thing. Am I getting that right? Yeah. Shit. I hate that. Okay, we have the player potions. We will for each loop with break. That way, if we find a compatible potion early, we can do it. It's going to be a bit more rigid, though, I think. For now, we'll just set it up in the case that this commission requirement needs to be met exactly. So the required effects, that's the only thing that can be allowed on there. So we can kind of make this a bit easier where the tested potion, we can quickly rule out potions by grabbing this and seeing if the length of these two is equal. If true, we know that it is a candidate. Again, we might refactor this in the future. We're doing this to start. I'm going to promote this to a local variable too. Currently tested potion. That way I don't have to drag this all the way out here and create some spaghetti mess. We will make spaghetti, but it will be in the future. Okay. X flavor. If they're equal. How do we do this? We would test. We could get the base effect, right? Because we just require tier or above. So anything with that tier or above is fine. Yeah, but what are we working on? I'm making a test. Quick test if player has a potion function. And it's going to be really rigid, so it's just going to test if that required potion has exactly those effects. Of that expected tier or higher, right? We'll take the currently tested potion. We will for each loop with break here. Through the effects of the tested potion. And for each of those, we do another 4 each. Because we first go through all the potions and we rule out any potions that are very obviously not the case of what we're looking for. Simply by the length of the number of effects. Because we just need just those effects, nothing else. A very, very, very specific kind of commission by the test being done. So we go through each of the potions. Now we're going through the effects of the tested potion. And we need to determine if they match or exceed, well, first if they match the effect. And if they do, if they exceed that. Lamblesome, thank you for the follow.
We're going shopping.
Oh yeah, we're going shopping. We're going shopping for functions. And this is the function that we're shopping for. Okay, so we go through each of those effects, and we go through these effects. We need to see if they match up. So let's do currently tested potion effect. Currently tested, just call it commission effect for the data. That'll make sense for me. We're gonna break each of these. We need to test if the effect ID is equal and if the effect here is greater than or equal to that, to the commission effect, and if true, then that commission effect is... Do we want to switch it? Do we want to test commission effects first? Like, it doesn't change too much. Well, it does. I think it is important for the order. Yeah, because then I can test if the commission effects, or if the commission required effects are met. Yeah, I'm gonna switch those up. All right, I'm nesting multiple for each loop, so it's always fun when I have to do this. Disgusting. Is disgusting. I love nesting loops though. It's one of my favorite things to do. We do have that. That's just the structure. Tells you what effects it has. But we need to test a couple of specific aspects of it. Oops, don't do that. So right now we have to compare data, and unfortunately the only way to decently compare data right now is to test two bits against each other, but because they can have theoretically, you know, an array of any size, and we need to go through each of these ones, and then for each of array A's elements, we need to test if array B has that element and at the specific tier or better that we're looking for. So we kind of have to nest the loops a bit. And then more than that, we have you know, a theoretically, you know, infinite number of potions that the player can have in their inventory. So we have to go through each potion, each of that potion's effects, and then test if each of those effects have, you know, match that commission requirement. So loop, you know, array, loop, loop, loop. Okay, we'll make an array of booleans here, which is commission effect satisfaction array. Is that too long, really? Okay, effect satisfaction array. So true, true. Otherwise, we add false. I don't know if we need this to be a break. We for sure want this one to be a break, because if we find the right potion, we can exit out of that. It's like, okay, the player has it. That's the one that they're going to use. They're good to go. We probably don't need a break here. Doesn't hurt anything to have it, but I'll just replace it. Some things are definitely easier in blueprints, some things definitely are not easier in blueprints. It is a great tool for prototyping though, I'll say that. Okay, does this work? Let me think here. We go through potions. This one is just kind of understandable. We're going through each potion. We're quickly testing if the length of effects is the same, because again, we want a rigid test. Does the player have it, yes or no? No extra effects are going to be considered in this case, so we'll know that it is at least plausible if the length is the same. If true, satisfaction. We go one effect at a time. One commission at effect at a time, then we test each of the potion's effects to see if it matches. If true, good to go. This branch makes me worry, because I think we'd have to pull it off of here, not this completion. That's when we're done. So it would be this one that we test whether or not all of the, or we could just do a find item. Could you do like a does exist? No, find might be the only way. Okay, well that's fine. If it's equal to -1, that means that did potion pass? No, we need to do a not equal. That's what I thought. Or did potion pass? Because that'll return -1 if there is no false in this case, if the effect wasn't satisfied. And then I think if potion passed is equal to true, it's gonna look weird, but we can break this loop. Maybe I'll get really weird with it and I'll move this up here. This feels almost too simple, but I guess we'll see. So we'll at least start with the effects and whether or not that works. What was the function called? It was called stiff player best. Good thing is I should be able to test this pretty easily. Let me add a breakpoint to this actually. Required effects. E. Regenerate. Health. Tier 1. Nothing else matters. One fix. Just to prevent a invalid access of that array. If it is an empty array, if the player has no potions, we just fail the player. And realistically, we should probably put that test on. Well, maybe that's okay. Well, I will. Let's start with this. I know that there might be a problem. There might be a warning with accessing those arrays, but we'll see. If a player interacts with a dead tree, that should trigger the perfect. Now the player has no potions, so this should just go right down. Perfect. Now if I add in a few test potions. This is where we might get array access violations because I don't... Well, actually, I don't know if these potions have... Hold on. Well, they do have... Okay, this is good. They have regenerate health 1, they have damage stamina 2, so the player shouldn't pass this, and I did see false in the upper left. So we're getting the right output. I need to see if it's for the right reasons. I just failed to give myself potions for them. Alright. Player has potions. Cool. I think I can do F10 to go just between nodes in this graph. Length should not be equal, so it should just try to test other ones. Yeah, it would actually just fail here. That's good. That is a good thing. Let me add a few test potions, and I'm going to quickly make a potion with exactly one effect, but of the wrong effect. Let's do a regenerate stamina. 1, perfect. Okay, so now we have a few test potions, and one with exactly one effect, but the wrong effect. So it should get past this stage with the first potion. Yes. Now we're looking for regenerate health. But it does not have that. So the effect here is good, the effect ID, of course, is not good because these are the wrong E regenerate stamina and E regenerate health, so the effect satisfaction array is false. Obviously false, it currently has one index, value of 0, that is going to be find. I think I just had this backwards. How did I fuck that up? I fucked up the simplest part. Wait, find false index return root to potion. I just need this to be a not. I think I had it right the first time. If it's equal to, okay, if it's equal to -1, the potion passes. I had it right the first time, of course. Stupid. What a lame developer. Okay, let me do that again. Let me... debug ingredients. Alchemy. But yeah, false we keep going because it hasn't passed that. So we don't want to break it. We want to keep testing potions because this potion didn't pass. That's okay. Others might. So it will keep running these potions through. From here, perfect. The lengths are going to fail because they're 2. And player has not passed. Beautiful. Right. Let me make the right potion now. Health. It's too much health. That might work. That works. Now it's gonna get here twice. The first time it fails, which is false. Perfect. The second... Okay, it didn't get there a second time. I need to see why. Why did it do that? It should have kept testing potions. Okay. First time... Why does it do that? Okay, I'm confuzzled. I need to go through potions one by one here. It's like that, it's like that Gru meme, right? Where he's like, you know, step 1, do this, step 2, do this. It's exactly like that. And the point, it's like, first you do this for each loop. Second, you set this variable. Third, you have compile error. Wait, compile error? Where's that? Stamina, there it is. I need that one. Shit, it's the wrong one. Where's the regen? Oh, there it is. It was the ground mushroom. Okay, why is it erroring out early? Well, it's not erroring, but it's exiting the function early, and it shouldn't. Player potions. Should have 4 of them. Can I watch this value? Not really, because it's in a function array. Or it's in a function library. Kind of weird, but whatever. Okay, the first 2 should fail here. Third one will get this far. Currently testing regen stamina against regen health. Oh, you know what? I bet it is. It's because we aren't, hold on, I know what it is. That was stupid of me. Duh. We need to clear this between potions. Oopsies. My bad. Okay, a few test potions, false. We'll make the same thing. We'll do a regen stamina. Where's the potion emoji at? That's a really good question. I need a raptor making a potion. So it is a lot of cylinders. These represent our ingredient jars. I added the paging yesterday, so you can go between pages. And you can filter them. Because like each ingredient type goes into a jar, and then each jar has the individual states of the ingredient. This should return true. It does return true. Now if I wipe this again, I think it's working. I feel like that is functional. Potion needed to heal. We'll make that instance editable. So on interact, we will create widget, heal tree pop-up. Add to viewport. Setup widget. Well, it does that on constructs. We don't actually have to do that. Okay, test. We do need to send some information to this, so let me pull that off of construct. On setup widget, we will pull in two inputs here. Tree ref. Potion need was commission. Set that and return. we'll tie that to B player's potion and this to his ability to select player has potion, false, collapse, true, visible, yes. Shit. Oh, we didn't actually tell it to set up widget. Maybe that would help if we did that. Visibility of that isn't working properly. Oh, that's weird. I bet I know the reason for that. Probably because we removed the widget before we perform the necessary logic to finish off. So why was the no potion text visibility not working? Player has potion, false. Oh, stupid me, I want it to be the other way around. Okay, you don't have a potion that can heal a tree. Why is the input weird? Oh, yeah. Weird, it's like forcing me to click twice. Like the text just coming in off. Weird. Do that for the. Oh. I have to click twice. I don't know why I have to do that. Why? Hit actor is valid, interactable. I'm gonna tick the... Maybe there's something going on after I interact with it. So I'm gonna tick the display name of the actor within interactable range. Maybe there's something going on with it. Working fine there. Yeah, it's like... So I'm pressing it now. Nothing. Press it again, interacts. For some reason... It's doing that, I don't know why. Why do you do that? Alright, let me see if something weird is going on here. Okay, first interact works as... Oh wait, that's not the interact input though. Where's the interact input? That's just the line trace. I mean, it's not complex. Here's the first one. Yeah, it just did. Like, it's not sending that second. I mean, we're updating, the input action is working. Curious. I am curious. Same issue, same issue. And we don't have this with any other interactables. Like, this is the same logic, and one press going right in. For some reason, this one it eats the first one as it should, but it then eats the second one and it does nothing. And the input action isn't even being sent. Why could that be? I mean, setting input mode is no different than what we do in other aspects, right? It's no different. UI only, show the mouse cursor. When the player closes, game only, don't show the mouse cursor. Let me test something. I will test the print string in range out range. We are in range, and we should only trigger that out range once, of course. Is it maybe because I'm inside it? No, it still has that issue. I don't know. Does anybody think why that isn't triggering the interaction again? Like, the only function when the player presses that button is that it smacks this input action. And we know actor within range is viable. It's not even sending this input action message. And show it. Okay, so like I'm pressing E now. 1, 2, 3, 4. You know, it's working, right? Click. Even here. Interact. Close. Interact, close. Fast and responsive. Here, it works the first time. I press the cancel, hit it again, didn't fire. For this one thing, I have to hit it twice, and I don't really get why. Yeah, it's really weird. So it's even nullifying the input of other things. There's something with the way that it's setting the player's input back that's just failing. We don't do anything differently here than we do in other cases. Even if I use my more traditional remove from parent, right? So let's take another pop-up as example. Just anything. Like the options menu. Should be the escape menu. The only difference here is that it starts on the player's screen, I think. I forget where we put the escape menu. I think we put it on the player controller. Hold on. For some reason we did that. Set input mode UI only. When you make it, right? Which we do. We call setup widget. Set input mode and widget to focus, show mouse cursor. I'm really curious. There's no way that this fixes it, but I'm just curious. Yeah, it didn't fix it. Like, what the hell is going on here? Set input mode, game only, show mouse cursor. I like remove focus. What if I, out of curiosity, out of complete curiosity, the same thing. And like all the other inputs work, except for interact. You know what? Tried and true method. Restart the editor. Just restart it. Who knows? How are you guys doing today? How's your Wednesday? Good. Still doing it. Okay, if we know what bugs it, let's see if it's anything related to the logic we set up. Let's remove all this and we'll just print hello. Working just fine. that's fine. It's making multiple. I'm going to quickly do something. I'm going to enable input on this. I'm going to make it so that when the player presses say M, we set input mode back to game only. Well, technically that shouldn't work, but technically obnoxious bug. Gonna be something really stupid too. We're not gonna set up the widget. We're just gonna make it so we should be able to open up the widget and close it. That doesn't work. What does flush input do? What does that do? Does it flush it down the drain? Do we never have to talk to the input again? Like a dead goldfish? For some reason, it works fine. I just don't know what this bug caused. Like it's usually it's fast, it's responsive, it's easy. I think there's something that I did in here where it's like grabbing input or something, and I don't know what it was. But flushing the input has done that. So tell me what that does. It just says flush input. I'd love to get some helper text on that. Okay, let me just hook this all back up then. Keep this out of here. Dumb tree. Stupid dumb tree. It's working now. I mean, the interaction box is pretty big on this. I could make this smaller. Does it need to be so large? No. Will it be large? Yes. Okay, let's do this too. Let's promote. Well, actually, we can just. If it finds the potion, we can just return potion. Potion found. And it would be the current tested potion. Oh, I just set it as a input. Oops. Potion found. Damn you. Alright, if the player hits confirm, hit game instance, cast, update, potion inventory, potion data, potion being added false. Should remove the potion. And we also needed to perform this. So. Reuse some code here. All right. It's not even going to be enabled, so fine, perfect. Let's make the potion and we'll see if it functions properly. Let round normal regen health, perfect, finish. Only when an inventory regens health. Why is that not finding the potion now? What did I break? Ah, damn you. Potion. Should be set to true. We just tested this function and it was working. What have I broken in the meantime? Remember when I said this would be easy? Well, that was a lie. Why didn't we get to that part of the... Oh, I know why. Because I set the potion that to be tested as an instance editable, so we need to update this instance of the tree to require a potion with regenerate health 1. I removed the testing 1. That was just my bad. Regenerate health 1. All right. Problem solved. That was my oopsies. Should function. I'm going to remove the breakpoints. Is that way if I want to place down another tree in this level or use the same code, I can do it that way then. Okay, false, good. One more time from the top. Not ground, just normal. Okay, should say confirm. Perfect. And we did it, and it was removed from the inventory. Okay. Progress. Hey, huge cookie. How you doing? On success. I need to get the tree ref. Custom event, update, mesh. We'll just do heal tree. We'll just call it heal tree. Should be easy. We will get leaves root, set visibility, propagate to children, new visibility. And I'm going to add the, well, we don't know what. We should be able to add the ingredient meshes and then just update their position separately. So if I add the child actor, and we'll make a new scene route. We'll name this ingredients route. We will set this to be a collectible ingredient. Just do barrel cactus for the moment. Still funny. Always funny. Yeah, we should be able to modify this separately. We can test the logic of this. By default, this should be invisible, which should make it impossible to interact with. I'm gonna make sure about that. Uh-oh. That's an interactable. Also has collision. How dare you? Okay, I could adjust the foliage core collectible ingredients. Let's see. Let me refactor this a little bit. I'll set it so that yeah, I'll do it this way. On interact, we will check B is interactable. By default, that will be true. It's going to take a little while to compile this one because there's a lot going on here. We have like a couple hundred of these in this scene right now, so. Take time for things to update. We will simply perform this check. And Boolean. Boosh, boosh, boosh. That should mean that I can tell those ingredients to not be interactable. Now, there's still going to be collision just because I'm testing this with the barrel cactus, which has collision, but the flowers that I put here will not have collision, so they're not going to bother the player at all. I could set interactable to be instance editable as well. And that way on this child actor I can update the is interactable to false. That should work. And when we heal tree, we will get ingredient root. We will get all. Should be a way to get children. Get children components for each. And I'm going to add a new function to the BPI, and it will be set interactable. Input of the new interactability, or should be interactable. And set interactable. Set save. Okay, first thing, set visibility. Oh, we do gate. We'll do that. Set interactable message. Should be interactable. Should work. A number one thing, we should be able to bump into the cactus, yes, but it can't do anything with it. Where is it? Just bumped into it. There it is. Pressing E, nothing happens. We don't see it. Perfect. Debug all ingredients. Send to alchemy, send to alchemy. Okay, got the potion. Add a couple of test ones just for the sake of it. See them there. Confirm. It is visible. For some reason it is considered a tutorial one. And the... Oh. The hell? Oh, it's really broken. It's so broken. Why is it like that? got like all the wrong defaults. Gross. Yeah, why is it like that? It's not set to be a tutorial ingredient. I wonder if it's... that's weird. That's really weird. It's like it's showing the old interaction text too, or it was. Like it works fine then, but if I change interactable to false and change it to invisible, for some reason it has a conniption. I wonder if it's because I have to compile all of these separate. For sure, I will say child actor components are really fucked up. I've learned from this, we absolutely will not be using this method of making them in the future. We will do some other method for this. I mean, we should only be getting that first child actor. This isn't making sense to me. You know what? I bet it's the propagate to children. I bet it is specifically that. And it might be fucking something up. Let me toggle visibility just on that main component. Don't propagate to children. And then set to be interactable. Leave. Don't touch the children. Leave Brittany alone. They all made fun of that girl for saying to leave Brittany alone, but look who turned out to be right in the end. Well, it certainly helped with it not being having everything visible. But it doesn't feel like it's sending this message properly. Wasn't there some issue that we found a while back where... No, because growth cycle works. Why is this not working? I get the barrel cactus. It's gotta be this one, right? Or do you think it's 13? I think it's that one. Okay, it's this one. Okay, I'm gonna keep this open on the screen. Just give me a sec, guys. I have to make this potion again. At this point, I'm tempted to just spawn myself in with the potion in my inventory. Okay, let's make the potion right now. Yeah, okay. It should trigger, and if it doesn't, I will be triggered. It didn't trigger. But I know why. I bet it's getting, we have to get the parent. Toggle visibility works. The scene component object reference. We need to get class. Or it's like, is it get class or is it get object or something? I think it's get class. No. Get owner? Was that get owner? That might be it. Oh. Not that. Why do you do this? Like, this is changing the visibility of the component. Great. I need to get the component, and then I need to get the actual child. Maybe I can hold on. Yes. Child actor component. As child actor component, get child actor. Fuck you. You don't want to play nice? Fine, I won't play. Yeah, how do you like that? Little bitch. I'll talk dirty to you. Right. On this stream, on your premium second monitor minimized content stream here at Microraptor Games, we dirty talk anything that misbehaves. Okay, working. It is finally functional. Which is good. Which is great. I need to do what? Well, I need to make ingredients. Laser fingers. I've seen info about that. Yes, it is. It really is. It's dead in the water AI at the moment. I need to make, I think, let's do two extra ingredients. Two. And they will be based on this flour. Which for some reason is nanite. Thank you so much for that, creator. And this flour. I think I do have an icon for this. I don't know if I've already been using it. Assets icon. This one would look really nice for it. But I don't know if we would have been using that somewhere. No, we have not. So let's make up 2 ingredients, 2 new ones. The ingredient, just called Magic Thistle, I don't fucking know. Or Mystical Thistle. How unique. And this one can, I don't know. Plant name generator. Shit, it's actually kind of decent. Hate Bloom. Yeah, just call it Hate Bloom. Creepy lilac. Fuck me. Glowing garlic. Pink tansy, whatever the fuck that is. Tansy a real flower type? I guess it is. Beat it your current list. That's actually kind of tempting. It's like I don't even know what to call this. I mean, if I feed it my current list, it's just going to reuse shit that I've already used in my list. I would just be tainting it. Okay. Violet sheet leaf. It sounds too much like shit though. Violet shit leaf. Hellebore is a real type of plant. I just don't know what it looks like. Fuck off, can you... I mean, it kind of. I mean, apart from like the what is it, the stigma or whatever the internal is. Okay, I like leaf. I like leaf. What is dog? I think dogbane is real too. Yeah. Loot. I'll just call it loot. Violet loot leaf. Fucking Christ, I can't. What the hell is frog dort? Who knows? Fine. Violet frog dort. It is Wednesday, so for okay, we'll do it. Violet frog dort. Hold on, let me put it down here for a sec. Okay, they are flowers, so like what can we do with flowers? Ground, dried, and distilled. But maybe we can do... No, we'll just do that. Prototype. Shut up and just do it. Don't let your dreams... If you want to hang a stupid "He will not divide us" flag up around the world, you can do it. Okay, Shia. Just don't be surprised when people tear it down. Mystical thistle. Actually, these two would kind of work. I need you to rename it. Okay. T mystical thistle. What is T violet frog dort? What a stupid name. It's frog with PH. It is literally the stupidest way of spelling and pronouncing anything that sounds like actual frog. And then you add dort to the end of it. Mystical thistle. I wanted to look at something. Give me one sec. Do. Holy. I gotta refill my drink soon. Manatee, Violet, Frog Dort. Check. Can we rename the Frog Dort, or do you guys like it too much? I can't stop laughing at that name. Alright, so this is kind of a more violent shade of pink. No take backsies. 0.9, 0.081. Violet Frog Dort. And with that name, I mean it's very similar in color. Really not different. For the sake of argument, we'll just make it more violet, more froggy. 0.3233. 0.03. 0.36. Wait, redo. Copy the value. Alright, these are flowers. They're all flowers. Normal, round, dried, distilled. Let me grab the strings from Hot GPT. Here it is. No, you're doing it wrong again. I taught you how to do it right. This was right. God damn, I derailed this once. I messed it up. I derailed this whole thing the way I had taught it perfectly before, and now it's... Oh wait, never mind, I'm doing it wrong. Shit. Shit! What a bitch. I always forget how to train this thing. And I go and mess it up. Okay, replace all. I'm sorry, ChatGPT. You were doing it correctly. I'm sorry, I fucked up. Now you're not doing it correctly. This really is. This is. I taught it how to do it, and now I'm just screwing everything up. What did we do with it before? How did we... And what's worse too is I'm just making it worse every single time. I mean, it would, but I don't want to do that. Just fuck it. See, now it's just fucking everything up. Like, I'm not gonna make scripts for a whole bunch of shit. It's just not worth it. It's not worth my time or effort. I don't need to program my way out of every single problem. It's what you spend an hour programming something that you can get something else to do in 5 minutes. Nah, fuck that. Where are my strings? Okay. Remember guys, it's a prototype. Prototype. First we proto, then we type. Alright, mystical for whatever the hell. Forest. We're just gonna forest all the way down. Full light, partial light, darkness. Stop that. Weird. We want it to be visible in which... We'll just do spring, summer, autumn, no winter. Alright, mystical thistle. We have sweetness, bitterness, sourness. Let's just make it really sour. We don't have too many sour things actually. Or we'll just make it equally sweet and equally sour. Where do you get all these emotes? You crack me up with these emotes. I have no idea where you get them. Ground dried. dried. Way more. Bitter than sour. Good enough. Alright, what effects do we want these to do? Mystical Thistle. I'm thinking it'd be pretty cool if we have this be a really good flower for the commission. Right? If it actually does do like fortify health and regenerate mana. Just so that if the player discovers it early, good for them. They get a nice ingredient. If they don't, it's fine. They'll now know that this is a really good way to make this type of potion in the future. So I think that's kind of a cool way to handle it. There it is, that's the one we need. Okay, ground increases potency of healing. We'll bump fortify health up to 4. I do want these two to be pretty powerful too, because it's kind of a reward. Dried is increased potency of mana effects. Distill, increased potency of fortification and cures. Well, it is a fortify. Okay, that works. And Violet Grogdort. You can't look at me. Why did we choose Frogdort, chat? What are you doing to me? I'm gonna make that cure poison, resist poison, and paralysis. Yeah, fuck it, paralysis. Paralysis 4. You're not gonna die, but you're not gonna be able to move either. Healing. Bring the resist poison down to 1. Paralysis to 3. Alright, dried. Potency of mana effects positive. We don't have mana effects. What we're gonna do is remove the cure. Keep the resist poison at 2. Generate mana. Alright, distill this increased potency of fortification and cure as well. Yeah, that works. That works. Alright, let's export this. Let's pull it into the engine. That's not the right one. That's not the right one. Okay, we should have our 2 new ingredients in here now. Do not have the right icon. Mystical Thistle does. Do we mistype it? T Mystical Thistle. Yeah, the Violet Frog Dort's working. Maybe I mistyped the icon name. Yes, I did. Alchemy, data, ingredients. Import again. There we go. Alright, now we need to make the foliage assets. I can remember how to do this. New folder. Actually, I can copy it. I can copy an existing one. That would make it a lot easier. Can I duplicate a whole folder? No, but I can make a folder and duplicate the assets inside. Mystical Thistle. Actor Foliage. Mystical Thistle. Collectible ingredients. Mystical Thistle. Ingredient Mesh. Mystical Thistle 1. Mystical Thistle 2. Alright, now I have to update this to be BP Collectible Ingredient Mystical Thistle. Unfortunately, they won't move around with the wind, but it is what it is, right? How big is that, though? Because it does look pretty large. If I throw that in the scene, how big is that compared to the player? Pretty big. And is pretty large. Might make those smaller. Make that one. That's a bit better. Still pretty massive, but functional. That's the word for it. Alright, let's update this to Mystical Thistle, and it is a hide meshes harvest behavior. And these are the 2 ingredient meshes. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Yep. Looks good. That one's done. Ready to be placed. Make the last one Violet Frog Dort. Just such a dumb name. Violet Frog Dort. Flexible ingredient. We're almost done with this damned tree. There's one thing we have to do after we put these into the blueprint. I just want to give the player a bit of extra information of what they're looking at if they go up to this. Alright, collectible ingredient. We can close these. Oh shit, I gave Mystical, wait, I gave Mystical Thistle the Frog Dort mesh. I gotta fix that. Which means technically this is okay. This one is now okay. Good thing is I should just be able to change these meshes. This should be flower 3. Holy Jesus, that is big. That is a massive one. Make that a little bit bigger. Okay, that's the little baby one. The big one. This I think we put at 0.7. 0.4. Okay. Now that that's taken care of, we need to change this to be collectible ingredient mystical thistle. I'm going to make these visible just so I can place them around the scene. Now, do we want maybe just like 2 of each? Duplicate, and now a frog dort. So one of the reasons why they like might see them kind of changing which one they're using is just because I have that on the construction script. So it just kind of helps with randomization. Just is randomly choosing between what are the 2 available meshes to use. Oh yeah, we had manually adjusted to the location of one of these. I think the child actor. We can move these around the scene if we want. It's not gonna be a problem. Ooh, I do want to make sure they don't have collision. Can't forget to do that. Models. One, 3, and 4. Should be easy. We go in here and we... Oh, nope, that one does not have collision. No collision. No collision. Okay, we're good. Alright, so default, these will be interactable false. Good. And visible false. So players shouldn't see them, they shouldn't be able to interact with them at all. Interacts with tree, heals it. Tree restored, and ingredients are collectible. And I think... Oh, nope, I didn't crash the game. And they should work just as before, and we should see them in here. Although we already had them if we forced the game to give us ingredients, so yeah. They're in here, and the violet frog dort is probably back here. Yeah. Right, it imported the icon as a normal map. I gotta fix that. God, it's annoying. But yes, it is working. Where is it? Yeah, it imported as a normal map. Hate that. I never catch it on time either. See, it says imported as a normal map, revert. T, violet. Frog Dort. And then I just need to fix up the ingredient data table again so it has that. God, my FPS is terrible. Unfortunately, what happens when you're running this in the editor. Bump it a bit lower. That looks so bad. I want to make something with regenerate health above tier 1. It should work. So yeah, this will have regen health too. Hey, it worked. Doing that. Oh, I need to. Okay, I know what's the problem is. I need to set the collision box size on that to be a bit better. Should be in here, right? Yeah, there it is. And we'll do it for this one too. I don't know why it's below the screen, that's weird. Alright, let me double check. Let me do one final test where I make 2 potions with regenerate health. One of them at tier 1, one of them at tier 2. That'll be the tier 1. 3. Perfect. Tier 2. Tier 1. It should just take the first one in your inventory, but it'll only take the one that has that only has that effect. So yes, it did. Okay. The collision boxer should be better on that now. I still don't like that mesh is... Can I force it at a certain LOD? A lot of triangles in the scene, but I don't know, maybe it's fine. Yeah, let me ignore it, and we'll just work on that last part, which is kind of like informing the player that they can do this. We could add a tutorial stage. What could be done? I mean, the obvious issue is that it just does not appear to be anything other than a tree. A weirdly colored tree in a weird place, but... There's nothing to say that it's out of the ordinary. That is obviously an issue. We don't establish in any way that this is something. So we could maybe like put a particle effect around it. You know, something that glows. We can make something appear when the player is close to it. We could increase my FPS because holy shit is it bad. I'm really curious if it's just this stupid ass tree. Nope, it was just kind of dog shit no matter what. Whatever. I could put a little sign. I'm trying to think of like just an easy but kind of immersive way to do it. At the very least, the player needs to see something when they're highlighted over it, right? We need to inform that. And we could do it with the tooltip, like the pop-up. This ingredient hover one. I know we do ingredient name, but maybe we can refactor this a bit. We do have this particle, and these are green. And they look pretty nice. What if we made them pink and put them around here? Oh my god, I've never worked in the Niagara editor before. CPU particles. Interesting choice. Why CPU particles and not GPU particles? Material M5. What if we duplicate this? M fireflies ink. Well, they do look pink. I think it would be Niagara particle system, right? Yeah. That is massive. Also do not look pink. They still look green. Probably because we didn't set the fireflies pink to actually use the green material. Don't you dare. I mean, this will be really visible at night for sure, right? Ooh, I like how they light up the grass. Yeah, they're like little fairies. Bong! There's like little tiny lights. Bing bong. Not really sure if I want my CPU to be computing those, but who am I to judge? Mirror is GPU is using dynamic balance. Okay, there's some error. Like, bro, it's fine, just use the GPU, please. You'll be fine. Are they only visible from... Is that the reason why? Is it the same as with those butterflies where they were only visible from some viewpoints? I guess not. It has something to do with it being a GPU particle sim and having those fixed bounds or something. I don't know. They kind of just like seem to move in one direction. It'd be cool if they kind of converged on the tree, but I'm really not gonna worry too much about it. Most important to me is whether or not this kind of sparks the player's curiosity. They're pretty small, and I'm sure it's a lot harder to see on stream. But I will say I wish they were a bit larger. Initialize particle. Lifetime. Sprite size. I just multiply that by 10 for the sake of testing. Yes. Yes, I can confirm that they are definitely larger now. Bit obnoxiously large, but kind of very obviously a square. That is okay. We will adjust that back. Lifetime. Yeah, there's just like an add velocity linear from point. I kind of wish I could invert that because the velocity mode from a point, I could make them coming out of the tree, but I would be cool if they were kind of converging into the tree, right? But I do not know how to do that. They are shooting out from it now. Okay. That's not what I wanted. I mean, it does kind of look cool though if they're just shooting out from there. Maybe that does invite attention as well. Maybe not in such a large area, but at least this seems to... It does seem to draw the attention to the tree. And we just need some, like I said, a tooltip or something to show, hey, this is something you can interact with. Press E to interact or whatever. And even if we want to go like the super old school, just show some text. I don't really mind. think that size is a bit better. It's still gonna kind of obviously be a square, but you know, I don't. Wait for the world to update lighting. I don't really mind. Try to make it more spherical. Maybe there's an option for that. Shape, location, box, plane. It also has a sphere though. Ooh. Now we're cooking. Alright, now we're cooking with gas. What is music for you in the first impression of a game trailer? If the music is just laughably, or let's just put it this way, if it is taking me out of enjoying what I'm seeing, it's bad. If it is just okay or forgettable, I don't mind it. It just means I'm not going to remember it. And if it's a song that I have heard before, like somebody's just using generic trailer music, '01, you know, I'm going to be laughing more at that than I am going to be enjoying the trailer. And it kind of just seems to me like they don't take their trailers seriously enough to even buy some fresh music. Like, bro, just spend $5, just buy a new song. Come on. That would be my opinions on it. Alright, I like the shape of this. It's not... No, it's pretty decent during the day. Definitely more so at night. If we could reconfigure this tooltip, let's see. Let's build tooltip. Let's reconfigure this. Good night. I'm tired. B, just use text. Text to use. Or I'll do like first box, text to use. Second box, text to use. Damn it. I'm gonna do a wall sit for waking up. That we're doing. Maybe you can let me hit up the bathroom first and refill my drink. I'm getting low. Problem is, if I chug this now, I'm gonna have to pee again in an hour. I do this to myself every time, don't I? Okay, here's what I'll do. Here's what I'll do. I'm gonna go refill this, and then I'll come back and do your wall sit. I won't forget. But I'm gonna give you guys something fun to look at while I'm gone. Which in all of its like 30 FPS glory. It's really low FPS. Really bad. You can tell me how this feels in the snow. With the meshes spawned. And with the particles coming down. What is it, 3? Alright. I will skip through tutorials. Snow should pile up. Unfortunately, I have not set up the master material for this pack to work with snow yet, so there's not going to be any snow on this magical tree or the new ingredients. I cannot forget to add that. Add snow to new mesh. Fuck it, we'll set it to nighttime. Oh my god, those particles. Why is the range of the purple so massive on those? Or is it from the leaves? Okay, we have a... I mean, it kind of looks pretty, I'm not gonna lie, but it's maybe a little bit too much. We can enjoy that while I am filling up my drink. I will be right back. Here's immersion mode. Alright, don't go anywhere. Hold on, I will do... Can remove that too. Alright, BRB. back. Boss. Right, I will do your wall sit now. I'm hoping to break anything with that. 1, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 19, 20, 1, 2, 4, 8. Ooh, that was good. Let's make the lime. Oops. Here. I refilled. Magical white powder first. This is the powder of happiness. We do not snort this powder though. This is caffeine. Provides the effect of energy. Energy tier 3 effect right here. If I can get it open. Don't spill the white powder. Pour it in the ambrosia. That is the potion I am making. And then we get the green powder. Now this you can snort, but you shouldn't snort it. We used to do that when we were kids in school. I don't know why, but there was like a trend going around when we were young where we would take drink mix packs and snort the powder. A lot of kids had to go to the doctor for it. I don't know why we did that. It was really dumb. Gunpowder. No, we didn't snort gunpowder. Although I do like the smell of gunpowder. I haven't been to a firing range in years. Next time I go to the US, I kind of want to go to a range. If I move back to the US, I'm going to get a 357. Concealed carry. Okay. Oh. Sound alerts just scamming you? Is there a bug or something with sound alerts right now? I can just make a quick drive to Ukraine. I don't want to try. I do not want to fight in a war, I will say that. However, if the war should end, I would gladly volunteer to help rebuild. No more gunshots. Did it just take your... It doesn't want to give you your money back either. Yeah, I don't even see it showing up. Maybe there's a way to, can you like report an issue? It says everything is okay on my end. Maybe there's something going on their end. Recovery system doesn't see an error. Okay, hold on. It's not the same, but I will play a gunshot sound for you, okay? God, that's loud. I know it's not the same. I know it's not the same, but at least you won't feel scammed completely then. How was that? Maybe don't buy any more for today, because they might be having some problem with their, whatever. Who knows? Okay, I need to reconfigure this a bit. Really? It happens almost every time you try? Weird. Weird. If we can get things finished up here, maybe we can do some Pacific Drive, I'm not sure. It's up to you guys. What a shitty service. Well, hopefully you can get your money back at least. That was kind of, it's kind of dumb. Okay, if build tooltip, if just use text is set to true, let's see. It's just $2. It's still money. You know, that's still, that's one Pepsi, right? One Pepsi. One Pepsi is not, that's not nothing. Let's see, if just use text is set to true. I need a... I'm gonna move the padding to this, the top. Because that means, I think, if I collapse the bottom panel, it should keep this centered, so... X box border. I will set that to variable. Just use text is true. We will hit set text. This is a kind of a shitty refactor, but it's gonna work. We'll refactor it again later if we need to. I don't care, okay? I mean, I do care. I do care, but I don't care. Second box. That is equal. I think I have to make literal text to test this, right? Maybe not. It's visibility. You need to make sure that if this is false, that we just update that visibility. Be easy. Second box to use is equal to nothing. Set that to collapsed. Otherwise, take the T effects box. And set text equal to that. Johnny, thank you for the raid, man. What's up? God, I love Tanya so much. What a ridiculous character. Yeah, I need to make literal text here. How are you guys today? How are you today, Shawnee? Wednesday, the 13th. Thank God it's not Friday. It would be bad luck. Working on some UE project solo. I am in the same boat. I know how you feel. Well, I'm not really solo, right? Because I have chat with me. And you guys, honestly, you guys help me find a lot of bugs. And find solutions to issues. And you're good company. You're on your own. That's how it is sometimes. Alright, if tree to heal is interacted with inside range. I'm gonna take the. What are you working on, Shawnee? What's your project that you're working on? Blueprints. That's what I'm thinking of. Ingredients. It's probably in foliage. Probably that damn collectible ingredient. Turn-based dungeon crawler with action game logic, kind of like if you had to program a robot to play Dark Souls. So you program, so like you TIS 100, you know, any Zachtronics game. Is it like that kind of like a programming game, a programming-based game, or explain it more to me? And then we'll steal the idea. I'm just kidding. We won't do that. I'd like to finish one game before I move on to another. The Internet server is more like you enter a bunch of commands in a timeline. Okay. Do you get to like... What would be a good comparison for it? 2-5 paces forward, lock on, dodge right. Okay, so it is more like TIS 100 kind of logic. If you're familiar with that game, I'll show it for chat. Like you input code segments, move up, down, right, then you push play and see if it lines up with the expected output. I mean, obviously your game's gonna look different than this, but it's that kind of feeling. Okay. Push the go button and pray. Do you get to like redo? Is it like level based, or is it kind of like roguelike where you just keep going until you fail and you have to start over? He has been healed. We only want the player to be able to interact with this once. So if it has been healed, we will set that to true. Like roguelike dungeon crawler style, I haven't decided on the exact structure, death system, no worries. It's loosely based on the mystery dungeon games, which are literal roguelikes, and the Chalice dungeons of Bloodborne. It's pretty cool. I like that idea a lot. That sounds pretty awesome. It sounds like a game I would really enjoy playing, and I could probably get my dad to play it too, because my dad's a programmer. He likes any game. Look, he has a Discord, and every time I check, like, playing Factorio, it's like, yeah. Yep, about as expected. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with Factorio, right? Like, it's an amazing game, but it's like that. There are other games. Other games exist. And I know Factorio's great, but just snap out of it. Wake up, Dad. No, but Factorio is great. Alright, calm down. Gentle rain sounds. How far is your project going? I assume that if you're in Unreal, you're doing it in 3D, right? Is it going to be like top-down, isometric, third person, first person? I think even if, I bet your game isn't in first person, but if it would be kind of cool if it had a first person, like, toggle. So you could see everything getting destroyed. Pretty early, been working on it for 1.5 months? Okay. Okay. The good thing is there's been a lot of asset packs for free lately on the marketplace with like fantasy stuff. Third person behind the back style, basically like Souls, okay. Like I imagine that last month you picked up the, I don't even remember what it was called. It wasn't the modular gothic fantasy environment. There was something else for free last month. Which if you don't have it, I can give it to you. But don't tell Epic that, okay? So every month, the first... Wait, wait. The second Thursday of every month. I know it's weird. Wait, where's the first? I don't remember. Okay, so just like... halfway through the month, just look into the marketplace and they should have new free things. So if you go to the marketplace and wait about 10 years for it to load, they have the free for the month section. And like there's a modular medieval town, the characters pack, ultimate farming, renovation simulator, DLC and blueprints. Last month they had something. And if you missed out on it, it's okay. You can pack it up and send it to you. Shit, where is it? Hold on, wait. I'll look it up. UE5 free month February. Town. Yeah, medieval town was pretty nice. Was it February or was it January? There was a fantasy interior environments. My game should have a farming mechanic. I know exactly how that feels. Like, well, it's like if you're offering it for free. Oh, it was January. It was the Ithris Cemetery. Which looks, like straight out of Bloodborne, right? So maybe that could be pretty cool. A lot of nice assets for that. Add me on Discord. And we'll keep it hush-hush. Okay, just use text, true. First box to use. Dead mystical tree, we'll just call it. I'm gonna see, yeah, of course you are. I mean, it was free for the month once. It's not like I paid for it. Would be on the level? Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Unless, for any reason you need my help with the project, then technically, according to Unreal's license, we can share assets. So if you at all just need me for anything on the project, just let me know. And then according to the license, we're okay. Depth tree needs healing. Interact to attempt healing. The store license, I must say, is pretty nice. They're pretty good about letting people share packs and stuff. Dremel, thank you for the follow.
Get in, loser. We're going shopping. Good morning.
Shawnee, thank you for the follow.
So,
Thank you guys so much.
about any bounty hunters in these parts?
We're getting closer to
Thanks
200.
for nothing, idiot.
I'm gonna have to do a party at 200 followers. Wait, has been healed. All show. Okay. Yeah. We'll see if this works. I need it to be a different color. Can I make that text white? I think it's using the default text right now. Yeah, just use default white, okay. Well, I'd be really curious, so if you ever get like a build that you want to have me demo on stream, I can play the game and just give you my thoughts. I'll make sure to keep feedback, you know, just about what you need feedback on. Because of course, you know, if you're this early into the game, you're not going to want feedback on some random bullshit that you don't have ready yet. Few months away? Yeah, okay, no worries. Whenever you get something, just feel free to throw it my way, and I can play it. Don't be afraid though to show it early, you know, in early stages. Get that feedback early so that if you need to make core changes, you can do it sooner rather than later. I need to append to go to string and default white. Or pretty similar timelines though. If you have about a month, I assume is it about a month and a half of like just pure work days, or a month and a half since when you started it? If I'm racing to get it playable, I got an attack animation working, but next on the agenda is health, damage, stamina. Okay, so like some of the back end like systems. If you need any assistance with that, just let me know. I have some experience with that. I've been tracking my hours. It's been about 1.5 months since I started. Sorry, I'm speaking like an asshole today. The later that I get in my streams, the worse my speaking gets. I do know too that you said you'd already done some. Oh, did the sale end? There was just earlier today a sale on animations. I know you'd said you had already done animations, but oh, I think it's ended now, unfortunately. It's a shame. It was 50% off. I haven't tracked our hours either. I mean, this kind of works. It should have the same interaction here, so if the player... Well, this checks if the player's harvested it. I gotta do something. I gotta test one thing. Okay, brew the potion. I think if the player heals it, that is not going to go away. Yes. But it would... Oh, I know why. I know one of the things we need to do. On the pop-up, we need to tell the tree to be healed, right? Set has been healed. Last week I figured out how to do a key animation for characters, or how to do key animation for characters entirely in Unreal, so I'm having fun with that. That's something that I don't even... I'm scared to touch anything animation related. I'm very much like a systems and back-end kind of person, but anything art related is out of my territory. I don't think I'm going to be able to avoid it forever, though. But at least in prototype, I have excuses. Like, oh, I don't need to add animations right now. Yeah, we need to make sure that that gets removed. Okay, that's fine. Or foliage. I do it here with the collectible ingredients. We do hide tooltip. So I'll just make another custom event of hide tooltip. What do you specialize in? You know, are you just doing this like as a hobby? Are you trying to get into the game dev industry? Are you doing this as a side and you have a main game dev job or something? I mean, we could hide we could just hide tooltip on here. Should work. Never worked in the game industry professionally, so I'm trying to get something going, I guess. Jack of all trades, which is bad. It is kind of bad, I will admit. I mean, I think it's really good to try different things to see what you enjoy, right? You don't want to end up in a, oh, I'm gonna love animation, and so let me be a junior animator for 2 years while I hate my job because I was wrong about liking it. So, you know, at least trying different things, you can kind of get a feel for what is your thing. Okay, that works. Problemo solved. I'm hoping at least that those particle effects are going to draw the player into it. I'm gonna add something to like the tutorial tips somewhere in one of the objectives. I really should put these in the string table at this point, but whatever. But I mean, you're doing the right thing with like, have you gone to school for game dev? And don't get me wrong, you do not need to. In fact, I've never seen a place that cared about education. I don't even include an education section on my resume personally. It just does not matter. Not compared to what have you made, where have you worked, where are your projects, where's your portfolio. Let's see. It should definitely be after the players tried to make their first boat. Because the player can't interact with the tree until they make it. We can always reconfigure this too. I will say this, if you stop working on your project for any reason, or if you get stuck and you find a different idea that's a bit easier, I would still show how far you've gotten in that, because it's more important for the employers to see your progress, and if you're willing to admit your failures or where you've stopped and had to reconfigure, it looks a lot better than if you just have one project that you completed. It's kind of ironic, but showing off your failures and just being honest and open about them actually makes you look better as a candidate. So include those on your portfolio too. I could put it on the wait for NPC to return, but we already have a lot of text on that, don't we? Do like maybe try looking at that dead tree outside of your hut if you haven't already done so. Works. The day-night cycle should be fast enough that the player will experience nighttime, where this is going to be a lot more obvious to notice. I could speed up the day-night cycle a little bit. Ever worked on a text-heavy project? How are you supposed to store it as a data table? If you're not going to localize your game, which you probably won't as a, if just in your case for your prototypes, right? You don't have the money or need to localize it. You can probably store it in like a string data table, which is it's a very workable way. So I do that right now with our strings. Here. And it's just a structure of, row name and source string, which is just the F string data type. And then I just make a quick little function of get string in like a function library. I think I put it in here. Yeah. And that just grabs the data table row with the ID. Yeah, so I have this in external CSV, and you can always just throw that in like, well, I mean, I do that mainly just so that I can quickly import and export it. So if I need to delete a whole bunch of rows, it's much easier in here just to be like, okay, these aren't needed, delete, re-import, you know, drag drop into Unreal. With Unreal data tables, you can import as CSV or JSON. And then I just, like I said, I just have this in my, in a function library so that everything can access it. Then string out and text out. It's like, okay, get string. That's the wrong one. Apparently there's 2 types of get strings. You get string from a function library, and yeah. Nice and easy. Okay. Healable tree is finished. I like it. I think it looks good. I think it could be a little bit better to... or the way that we tell the player about it could be a bit better, but it isn't necessary for the game. This is more of a additional flavorful type of case where the player can do this if they want. We do hint that the player has this option available to them. It is pretty late in the tutorial, but it's at a point in the tutorial where, you know, they are having to wait like 10 minutes for the NPC to return. It's like, feel free to explore while waiting. Try looking at that dead tree outside of your hut. And so maybe the player goes up and looks into it. And it's a very simple potion to make, so the player has more than, you know, a few potions that they need to make to finish up the tutorial. Here's Blue Dick Boy in the flesh. Okay, I think it's pretty good. Scary. Yeah, it is. It works pretty perfectly. Wind and Oblivion. Are you excited for, or do you know about Skywind and Sky Oblivion? I mean, they've been around for like 10 years. Almost finished. Hopefully. Heard of them someday. Would like to replay Morrowind in some VR fashion. I wonder if they'd be compatible. Can you play... like, there's Skyrim VR, of course, but is there a way to play even regular Skyrim, like Anniversary Edition or Special Edition, in VR, even if it's not as featureful as Skyrim VR? Because if so, then you should be able to play like Skywind and Sky Oblivion when they come out in VR as well. Skyrim SE VR. Yeah, because they have like Skyrim VR. And I've seen Skyrim VR. It actually looks like kind of fun to play in VR. Somebody asking if there was 110. I guess that makes sense. Any attempt to create a mod to convert SE into VR would get shut down by Bethesda. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Using Vorpix together with Skyrim for flat screen. Apparently Vorpix... Oh, go to the trouble of tweaking it. My brother still plays it that way even though he has the VR version because he likes third-person VR. What is Vorpix? So I guess you could get it working. Use Vorpix to play Skyrim VR back in the Oculus Rift dev kit. It was kind of a nightmare. Okay, so maybe it's not gonna work. But maybe for Morrowind and you know for Sky Oblivion and Skywind it would be worth it, right? Despite the possible jank. I don't know. Do mods like work with Skyrim VR? Or is it just not compatible? It's like a whole it's like a whole separate thing. Yeah, there are mods. Like I know that there are like 5 or so mods that you need to get for Skyrim VR to like make it the best base experience it can be, right? I don't know. I guess only some of them work. I'm not sure. I started up Skyrim again recently with the Tempest Maledictum mod pack. Which is a mod pack built around Legacy of the Dragonborn, which is probably my favorite mod for Skyrim, and if not one of my favorite mods of all time for any game. I'm very much addicted to Legacy of the Dragonborn. The quality of it is so good, and the experience of it is so good that it really should just... They should have just bought and added that to the game. It just adds so much replay value and purpose to every single quest, every single dungeon. Exploring every single nook and cranny of the game has a purpose now. Even crafting is given more purpose. It's so good. I think we did what we set out to do today. I thought it would take a bit less time, but we had a few bugs to fix. We have a tree that we can heal, and it will provide new ingredients for the player if they do that. I won't make a new build with this tonight, but what I will do is get some more things added to the game, and then we can make a new build later with a whole bunch of new content. But I did make a build yesterday evening with yesterday's fixes. I forgot to make a post about that on the Discord, so if anybody wanted to play with those fixes, they can get them. Would be kind of cool to show a small cutscene of the change happening. Frog door. What a dumb name. And if you like Elder Scrolls, our potion making system is it's pretty inspired by Elder Scrolls type of style of potion making. Elder Scrolls Alchemy. Although our current effects are placeholder right now, so. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I think it looks good. I like the way that the particles light up the surroundings too. Although the pink color, I think the pink is from the leaves. I think they have a really high emissive quality to them, which definitely seems to have a large effect. Yeah, I think it's a lumen. The only problem that I have with it is that it might be a bit too much. So if I like make it even darker, I mean, it's not terrible, but you can see like the pink is reaching back here. And I think there's just something with like updating the distance. I think it's just the emissive strength is going a bit too crazy. I've noticed that lumen with emissiveness is just arguably not the greatest thing to use. Yeah, it's like, why is it updating it back here? I'm wondering though if it's showing it from far away, but the moment you get closer to where it thinks the pink is hitting, it isn't there anymore. Like I can see the pink on the rock back there, right? But if I get close to that rock, the pink disappears. So I don't really know the way it works. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. I mean, it's not like a huge problem, right? Like, especially for a prototype. This is something that my art team would just find a way to not have happen, but the tree's getting cold from whatever buffer lumen you. Maybe. Yeah, it's like even the pink is showing up on the. Well, that could be from the particles. The particles kind of have some. Some weird effects like that. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is. It's not a huge issue. Not the end of the world, but I don't know. I'll see what emissive quality they have on them. I mean, I could always just set up a few point lights in the tree or something. I don't know. So I think it's this one. It's not even being boosted. It's just taking the texture sample directly. I'd love to mess with Lumen, but I want my game to have a mobile version, so I'm looking it out with light baking. Yeah. I think they were doing some mobile Lumen improvements for 5.4, or at least for Unreal future versions. Maybe not. There's only this hardware ray tracing. Maybe not, unfortunately, desktop renderer. Yeah, I don't know if it's possible to bring that to mobile. Sorry, I thought they were doing it, but I guess they're not. I must have mistaken it for something else. They're gonna have orthographic rendering though, unrelated, but pretty excited for that. I don't know, I guess it's just some weird lumen shit. I mean, I increased lumen quality a bit, so... Just wish I could adjust the lumen distance. I don't know if there's a way to do that. There is a scene view distance. And a max trace distance. Curious if I just set that to minimal. Alright, let me heal the tree. It's just, it's so emissive. Like, the pink is hitting back here, too. I don't understand that. I need somebody who knows their technical art stuff here, too. I have some people that I could ask, actually. Because it's doing it with all my light sources. Anything emissive, anything, even if it has emissiveness. And I like it lighting up the surrounding area, but I don't want it. And it's like the closer I get, the more it seems to fuck up. But then I have other things that are lighting up these cloud sprites from God knows how far away. You know what it is? It's almost like the closer I am to an emissive source. So the closer I get to the pink, the more it's going to show pink on everything. Why does it do that's exactly what it is. Why does it do that though? It really isn't that important, but I'd still like to know what causes it, right? Maybe somebody in the Unreal Discord would know. I gotta check with them. I'll do that today after work. I'll just ask, see if there's any lighting experts in there and just ask them. Yeah, it's, well, okay, so the street lamps are emissive. They're an emissive material as well as being a point light, right? And I think what I do is the lantern itself does not receive shadows. So there's just like a point light here and then an emissive material on the outside of the lanterns. Well, it's weird too. So it's almost like the darker the skylight is, the less it occurs, right? Because it's almost not occurring now at all. What is SSGI? Something global illumination? Is it super sample global illumination? I don't know if that would do it though. Oh, screen space. Maybe that could be the cause. But it's like it isn't happening now. It's nighttime. Yes, it's not that dark. But if I make it darker with like you know, set it to be like overcast, right? Like now. Now it's like a whole different ball game. Yeah, but I don't even see it happening now. You know what I wonder if it is? I wonder if it's bouncing off of the landscape material. Like the snow specifically. There's no way. No way I can. Auto exposure? Maybe. Maybe. Like these particles are emissive, but they're not causing that problem. No, it's like sometimes it happens, sometimes I don't know. It look blown out when it's dark. What if you clamp the sensitivity? Sensitivity of what? You'll have to explain it to me. Okay, let me see. Can I turn off auto exposure? Adaptation is disabled if min equals max. Okay, bloom should be disabled and exposure should be disabled. We'll just give the world a few seconds to update. Let me make that potion again. I'm gonna fix a bug too with that list. I want it to scroll back to the top. still doing weird stuff. Yeah, like the purple's still there. I don't know. I don't know what it is. What the fuck is going on? I'll have to ask specifically some people later today. We'll figure it out. I'm sure there's just something I can change in the post-processing box, right? Yeah. When I figure it out, we'll change it tomorrow on screen, and we'll learn together on that one, I guess. Whatever it is, we will figure it out. Alright, let me fix that one UI issue, that one list issue, and then I'm gonna have to call it for the day. My voice is going. I gotta get home. Pizza. And I still have not gotten any update on my new streaming PC case. Really bothering me. Jar list. When we build list. Scroll to start. This is a really bad way to do version control. Like, here's a new feature that's part of that version. And also, here's a bug fix for something completely unrelated. It's a terrible way to do version control. Don't judge me. Judge me a little bit. Added... Ooh. This is gonna be a heavy add. Added tree you can heal with a potion. Fix jar list not scrolling to top when you switch between jars. I forgot to select them. Actually added new tree. Forgot to select on last check-in. 200 megabytes, it's okay. Change sets. All right, it's on main. On my main branch. Well, that's one thing down at least. Okay, guys, I gotta get going. Gotta get going home. Hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day, and I will see you tomorrow for more. I don't know what we'll work on tomorrow. Maybe the animals, maybe something else. Maybe the fishing minigame we'll start on. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Thank you so much for showing up. Thank you, Shawnee, for the raid and for following. Thank you, Dremel. Lambo Slump, Trippy Tree Games. Oh, thank you for the raid too, Trippy Tree Games. Thank you, everybody, for everything that you've been doing. Thank you for following me, and if you'd like to stay up to date, I gotta do the basics. You can follow us on Twitter, you can go on our Discord. I do post builds on the Discord too, so if you want to play this and get some, provide some feedback or rant about how bad it is, that's the place to be. We also have a lot of developers on our Discord, so if you are a developer, you can join there and you can share what you're working on, get some help on things. It's up to you. And if you want to see any of our previous videos, you can go on our YouTube channel. And we have all the previous days of development on our YouTube. And also a lot of gaming, because I do some gaming. But primarily, you can enjoy this playlist with half of the videos that have thumbnails and half of them don't, because I have to update them. It's only been a few days since I did that. Ignore it. Ignore it. Yeah, you can view all of our previous days of development on there. Don't watch the first few days, they're boring. Okay, I will see you guys later. I will see you tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day. Sleep well, eat well, stay warm, stay safe, play games, and take care. Bye-bye, guys. Love in the chat. We want to raid somebody before I do that? Who can we raid? I did just kind of say goodbye. You guys have probably already left. I don't have any game devs online that I'm following. Alright guys, take care. See ya.